Formation, let's change now. We go racing for the first time this season. 3 hours of GT action is go.
It's very tight as they come down. Group of cars coming in. This has all got trouble written all over it. This is G3 cars.
Drop downhill there, head towards the Aqua Minerale. Imola, of course. There's another one off through the gravel. As wide as possible as they drop downhill, putting that truck inside line. Yes, he did. Through he goes. Formation, let's change now. We go racing for the first time this season. 3 hours of GT action is go.
It's very tight as they come down. Group of cars coming in. This has all got trouble written all over it. This is G3 cars.
Drop downhill there, head towards the Aqua Minerale. Imola, of course. There's another one off through the gravel. As wide as possible as they drop downhill, putting that truck inside line. Yes, he did. Through he goes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the endurance, the first round of the endurance championship here in Ricard. We are currently here with a whole bunch of cars. There are how many? There are exactly 55 cars on the grid. But most importantly, it's your duo commentating. It's a bit of new fresh air. I will present myself. I'm Christian, and I'll be here commentating the race for you. And here on my side, there is Mr. Tetadax, commenting for, well, from his side. There's nothing to add. Do you want to add anything to your name?
Yeah, just hello everyone. Welcome to everyone who was already here for the Super Bowl session this morning. Race starts in about 1 minute. Currently, just the formation lap going on.
Okay. And yes, here in Ricard, so there are 9 hours till the end of the race. You will see some white, some silver, and some red number board. All of them represent the class where they are on. Pro drivers are currently in the white. Okay, in the white number board. Silver drivers are on the silver number board, and the red driver will not score any points for now, at least, because they are categorized as reserve. But pole position guy here is Giuseppe Danna for the SPQR Racing Team in the number 203, and he put a beautiful time for his team in the Super Pole with a 153.6, not even a tenth ahead of the Silver Racing Team, and just slightly more than 2/10 from the Virtual Racing Team in P3, car number 3. And your starting grid is currently composed in the top 10 team standing: SPQR Racing Team in the car 203, Silver Racing Team in car 101, Virtual Racing Team in car number 3, URL in car number 7, Renvelt and eSport Youngster in car number 444, and then Ginalesier eSport Academy, Lippert eSports, Forza Italia.pl e-Racing, and then the two other SPQR Racing Team, the car number 202 and 201, represent your top 10 in this very race. So, we will shortly start the race, currently on board with the 203. Do you want to add anything to the race?
Yeah, we mentioned earlier in the Super Bowl, I think 4 of the top 10 teams are actually Italian, and in the virtual qualifying, 7 of the drivers out of the top 10 were Italian. So very good timing for you to actually join the commentating team.
Thanks. But yeah, we will start shortly. Thing that I want to notice is the car in 11th position. The car number 46 is actually an IM driver, and is ahead of half the pro drivers. So I question if he will do anything for his position. But we are about to start the first round of Apex Online Racing Endurance. It is about to get green in shortly, few seconds, and green light, and away we go. It's a great start from the SPQR Racing Team car Audi driver. Vijak is just behind him with some difference in kilometers per hour. That Aston Martin falls behind just outside. There is a three-wide situation just down there. With I think it was the Ferrari. Yes, it was the Ferrari, but there is no incident whatsoever for now. There is then Champagne in 12th position. He loses just a position. Does him in the Aston Martin, makes a position onto the Audi 202. And there is, I think, Marano that made a position outside there. They are currently going left and right for no reason whatsoever. The Aston Martin there is making an overtake, I think, to the Ferrari car number 28. So Golds is about to make a move from the outside. There is a yellow flag there. There is a yellow flag, huge contact behind there. I think it was car number. It was Vieira. Yeah, it was Vieira. Car number 888 involved in an incident where we'll see what happened just after the initial fight will be settled over in the next couple of minutes. There is Fang, currently in car number 69, getting an overtake on Krebs in car number 96, McLaren. Then there is, I think, an overtake. Yes, I think there is an overtake with Cooper making the overtake on Ansel. And there is the Audi going a bit outside. I think a bit on the outside it was Ansel. So Cooper makes the position, but I think Ansel will lose the position on Fang too. Yes, he has. Car number 660. Is going to lose, I think, even the position in car number 96, so it's a huge problem for the Audi. Now the Audi makes a defending move, but it doesn't correctly make it. In fact, the McLaren makes the overtake on the car number 69, but we go slightly ahead, maybe not. There is still a side-by-side here. And I think the Audi makes the position worthy, not yet. So it's not over yet, we go see from really can we hear what happens. Because the Audi covers the inside. And the McLaren goes a bit outside, and there is still side by side. It's a one sector that the two of them are going side by side. We go from the interior of the McLaren. You can see there the Audi getting a bit more speed because of the car proficiency on the straight. But the McLaren goes on the inside. He goes, and it's an overtake for the car number 96. Yes, it is finally after a whole sector side by side. It's an overtake for car number 96, and Dana here is still ahead of everyone, with no position lost whatsoever, with Vijak just behind him, and Olehards in the BMW in the number 7 behind. There is a yellow flag there. There is a yellow flag. I think it is Yes, I think it is Cooper. I can't really take him. Okay, yes. I think it's Cooper. We'll see what happened here slightly. Very quickly. Oh, it's a loss of rear for the car number 1. And unfortunately, it means that he will lose a whole lot of position. I think he's now in 50th position, where he was, I think, in 30th. A really loose start for most of the drivers.
Yeah, Ryan Cooper starting in P19, so with its spin, lost 31 positions. Very bad luck from them. Just losing the rear. Did a good job of not doing any dangerous re-entry onto the track. Actually reversed a bit there because he was standing in the middle of the road. But yeah, very bad luck, but still 8 hours to go.
Oh, there is a one spinning there! I think there was someone spinning. No? Yep, it was. I think it was Solo. Sorry to interrupt, but I saw the Mercedes going sideways in the middle of a corner. But yeah, it was really sort of interesting start, to say the least, with a lot of overtakes left and right, and a lot of people going sideways, or maybe going nearly into an incident. But for now, there haven't been so many incidents. Just a contact in the beginning, but we will, I think. Now there is the Mercedes here. Car number 189 getting a bit of difficulty in his overtakes. What else? What else? There is. I think it was a side-by-side battle there. Still a Mercedes. But yeah, obviously it's a 9-hour race, so it's not needed to make as many positions as possible in the very beginning. These drivers really didn't get the memo, because they are making all the overtakes possible in the very first section of the race, and this is fabulous to see. There is the Honda there, Cooper making some places from the start of his spin, and I think there is Barnard here making the position, car number 177, and Takanashi on 666 on Lord Nem. Oh, there is a spin! And there is a crash! And I think that Liam Nem has been spun by the Aston Martin of Lebedev. I really think it was a way where the Lexus didn't really had any fault in it, whilst it has been, I think, spun by the driver in behind him, and the Aston Martin of Jenner makes the place on Florea in the BMW, and up ahead I think it is still quite the same. So up ahead there is more stable condition compared to the back end of the grid, where there are overtakes left and right, and it is fabulous to being seen. BMW on the inside there, getting an overtake on the Aston Martin. And my tool have stopped working, great. But yeah, I think it was quite a start, considering that it's for Ricard, so usually you tend to may have some crashes all together, but for now there is still a battle up here, with Wisak being approached, rather than approaching the car in front of him. He's about to be overtaken maybe from Ozark, but the fight is going on exactly here, because you can see Aporius here being basically glued to the BMW in front of him on the BMW SPQR Racing Team 201, making some places from the start, considering he was starting in 10th, he is already in 7th position. Oh, there is the Aston Martin going there. Yes, it's 920, but it's also Aporius here, so I think he will go with the wing. With the wing view, because you can see both of the battles. You can see the Aston Martin making, there is a contact, and there is an incident, and the two of them are going sideways. I think the Aston Martin has lost the most of position, but the BMW hasn't collected any damage whatsoever, so the Aston Martin will go down some positions. Now in 10th position, and I think the Audi of Giacomelli is about to make the overtake, so the two of them may face some talking in the steward, because I don't think neither of them is happy of this situation, where maybe the BMW is a bit more happy, considering that he hasn't lost any position compared to the Aston Martin. Huge battle going on here, because the BMW There is a 5-way battle here. The Audi on the outside of the Honda of Varsen. Varsen on the outside, making the position of the car number 66. There is a yellow flag up there. There is a yellow flag. I think it is Kappa again. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Car number 46 for the Rising Panda Racing has gone in a spin. It has been a contact. Actually, the car number 13 has made a contact with the car number 46. Car number 14 being in actually 15th position. So this means that there will be some talking in the steward probably.
Crashes like this, especially spins in the early stages of the race, with 9 hours it's always a bit horrible because you're sitting there on the track, you can't rejoin because there are 55 cars all bunched up. So once you spin, you will lose a ton of positions. So very bad luck again. We've seen it earlier with the car number 1. Yet again. But overall, I have to say, just to let you take a breath, for 55 cars on the track, that was a very clean start. We didn't see any massive accidents, we didn't see any big pileups. We have seen worse than AOR.
Yeah, there has been few incidents, and it's a good thing because actually it means that people have understood what an endurance race is, and it's not about being a sprint race, but especially being about consistency and pace overall, because it really pays off. Meanwhile, overtake there because the Bentley is about to lose a place from the Honda. Maybe not. Yes, maybe not. You see this the Audi down there making a loss of position because Camprege is about to take maybe a place, because I remember that he was in 13th position before being spun by car number 14. Well, currently in 13th position. Also, I've lost the McLaren. It was no, it was the car number 13. Okay, I was right. In fact, the car number 13 is side by side with the BMW. Beautiful livery for the car number 112, but he's being overtaken by Jack. Thomas Jack in the car number 13 here, being approaching the BMW on the inside of turn 1, and is an overtake for the McLaren driver. With here side by side with, I think, sure trying the inside. Nope, he doesn't. He stays behind quite comfortably, and I think this there are a lot of battles going on. I just don't know which one to choose from. There are just too many going on. I think we'll go here because Apple is very close to the Audi in front of him. 444 currently in the slipstream, in close proximity to the car number 127 of Giarratana. Trying the outside, Audi covers the inside. You can see the McLaren make the position on the outside, and he doesn't cap it because he went slightly out of bounds, and the Audi maintains the position on Apple. Meanwhile, Maran is making places because I really think his fastest lap of the session is actually not by chance a random thing. So maybe he was just a bit, well, his team was a bit unlucky during the Super Pole, and he can still making places. He's already in 7th position, starting from 10th.
It's interesting to see the big gap that has already developed between Apple and Marano. So 2 seconds already separating them, whereas the rest of the top 6 pretty close together. The one driver that we have seen pull off quite a gap, of course, is Giuseppe Diana, our race leader, already 1 second ahead, helped by the fact that Marcin Olias on the tail of the truck for basically the whole race, and we have another incident in the back, I see.
Yep, while we're talking, I let everyone show the replay. Car number 96 has been spun by a BMW while he was in top 15. So the IM driver in car number 96 has now to make back some places. He is already being approached by car number 115. Car number 115 is about to overtake the IM driver on the inside, but well, IM driver. I remember IM driver is more about point situation than anything about skill. Being an IM, the skill is. Oh, there is an overtake there. This is an overtake I was about to miss because P2 and P3 are about to begin a fight for the second spot of the podium. Currently, car number 101 is trying whatever he can to maintain P2. All the R's is in car number 7, you can see there. And he is trying everything to get on another position. He tried the overtake on the straight. And on turn on the right-hander. From the outside is a bit difficult though. Here it is goals. Very close in the Revolution Sim Racing car number 22. Goals here a bit close. Well, effectively I can't really say who is close to what because each one of them is close. These are so many positions being swapped left and right. Here, in fact, Solo has been overtaken by McLaren and Audi 88. So it means that Govindrahan has made 2 places for the car number 88 here. I think the Porsche is trying to overtake on the McLaren on a straight. It's a bit of an odd situation considering the Porsche disadvantage on the straight line. Well, not the Bob really helped it, but not entirely. The McLaren in fact covers quite easily the inside line, and the car number 8 can't really make any position from car number 420. Personal best being achieved by Apple, as in fact you can see Apple trying to overtake on the outside of the Audi. We go from Giarratana in the wing here. You can see the McLaren basically rating the chassis number of the Audi. Audi on the inside, McLaren on the outside. You can see from here, maybe, no, okay. I thought it was close, but the McLaren is actually on the outside. It makes the position even before the turn approaches, so possibly allowed. Oh, the Audi is off! The Audi Jonathan is off! Loses the rear just slightly, but enough to lose some position, maybe, on Marano, on the SPQR Racing Team driver. There is a bit of contact between the 2 of them, and the Audi really doesn't want to leave the position up to another Italian. It's an Italian versus Italian fight. There is still some touches between the 2 of them. The BMW really pushes the Audi, basically saying, mate, move on, or I move in front of you. Possibly the Audi doesn't really don't really want to listen to him for obvious reasons, and now it means that the current fastest driver on the grid is about to was about to make a place, but now he is close to his next opponent. A lot of green green laps being shown in my screen. Possibly oh, there is an half spin here. Yep, it is car number 117 nearly spinning by himself on the very in the very last corners. Fastest personal best made by car number 55 and Govind Ryan. In there is already a pit stop. Car number 52 is already in the pits. I wonder if it's for damage or he has underfueled the car, which is way possible because I can't see any damage whatsoever on the car there. Meanwhile there is a battle here, I think. How is it been the race for you until now?
Yeah, typical AOR, as we see at the front. Oliards currently again trying to retake P2. Typical AOR race, very exciting early stages, very close battles, which I find surprising. For those of you who have followed AOR for a longer time, usually in our endurance seasons we have 2 different splits. This time it's only 1, so we have quite a big difference in skill gaps and speed between those drivers, and of course mostly in experience. And still, but this field is very close together. Still, everybody on the same lap. We don't have a lot of cars very far behind, except for the 2 cars that already had to pit. Yeah, it's going to be a very close fight for the next 8.5 hours.
Oh no!
Sure.
Oh no! Car number 52 is now out of the pits, and you can see from the minimap where the car number 52 is in a problematic situation. Is there? You can see the pink Mercedes up there, and he is a back marker, and he now need to let... Oh, car number 420 is off. Diogo is currently off in last corner. You can see what happened here. As I was saying, oh, there's been a spin actually with an Audi. McLaren was trying to overtake on the outside, but has been spun by the Audi from that very position. But as I was saying, now the Mercedes driver has to let well, a lot of cars pass by. I think we are about there are about if I remember correctly, nearly 50 cars, not nearly 60 cars. Sorry. So he needs to let 54 cars pass by. And it's a bit of a difficult situation for the Mercedes driver. Meanwhile, here there is a battle for what is 36th position here with the McLaren. But more importantly, I think here there is some battle going on with the BMW driver and the Aston Martin. Same goes.
This is top 5 really close together. They have been fighting for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, all of them are actually fighting very good actually, without so many problems. The Audi tries maybe an inside move. Sorry if I'm missing some overtakes, but there are too many going on, so I may miss something. I understand that some overtakes maybe you are involved. For whoever is seeing it is in post broadcast, but there are 55 overtakes going on per second. I'm trying to make it the best possible because we can see there is a battle for the last spot on top 10. Currently, Giacomelli trying to make places on car number 920. They still a bit behind, making a place. But yeah, interesting enough that there isn't a two-split situation here, but it is just a whole enormous split, which in my opinion is even better, considering that it means that all the drivers are effectively one against each other, making the battles count for each one of them, because effectively AOR is I think it is the most popular grid on the current on the table. So it means that effectively here you can see the best drivers all around the world, and it really puts, considering its endurance, it really puts the overall pace over the one lap pace, which I'm very poor about because I'm completely useless in auto lap, and some drivers are also completely useless in auto lap, but in longer races they are astonishing. So endurance races are actually the best playground and the best benchmark to understand who is a better driver than anyone else. Meanwhile, here there is an overtake here for the car number 46, sorry, I can't read. 46 on the car number 115 on the inside he goes, but now he's going to be the outside on the right hander. You can see there the 46 trying to make the place, but he can't really make it. The Audi defends the inside quite easily and maintains a position that is very important for him. But there is a touch between the two of them because the McLaren tries the inside. Well, there isn't an inside because he goes literally over the curb and tries to make an overtake that isn't really going to happen. In fact, the Audi maintains a defending position and tries everything it can to maintain the 27th position. Bear in mind that every position here matters because effectively you can't know what will happen in the next 8 hours and 38 minutes. Everyone can spin in the same moment, even, I don't know. So any position count, even for the standing. 115 is also one of the last in the pro standings, so I suppose they want to make places, and every situation is good to maintain a certain distance between him and the car behind him. There is a bit of contact. The McLaren actually, he was the one that has been spun, so I understand that he may be faster than the car in front of him, but obviously they are two different classes battling. But overall, it's a position overall, no matter what. And also, the IM driver are actually fighting, because KUNOS-Simulazioni has 2 IM driver in front of him. Meanwhile here Giacomelli. Oh, I think there is a bit of a problem with the lapped car. The Aston Martin driver of Dudinsin making a bit of difficult situation for himself. Meanwhile here the McLaren car number 13, which I suppose will maybe face a penalty in the next couple of minutes, has is about to try an overtake for 12th position. Remember that Thomas Jack is the fastest lap on track with a 1:54.7. Obviously, at this very moment, the fastest lap time doesn't really matter, because there has been a fight going on for the whole 25 minutes, and fastest lap awards you 2 points. So it's actually beneficial for everyone to pick it. But for now, I don't think it's going to really matter, considering that there will be multiple laps going on in free air, which currently isn't really the case, because the only one in free air is currently car number 203, that is making an outchase of himself, because Giuseppe Danna has made 2 seconds on Vizak for his battle with the 4 cars behind him. There is a battle from P2 to P5 for the very same position, and it's actually getting quite entertaining in the next minutes.
I'll tell you what, Giuseppe Diana is apparently so bored with not having to fight anyone that he's already been in the chat somehow. You should be driving, mate.
Yeah, he's literally on. Well, for now, he is really making places. Meanwhile, here you can see the Aston Martin making the overtake on Giacomelli from the outside, and he goes, and the Aston Martin makes the overtake a bit out of bounds, and I think it's a track limit for him, but it's worthy, possibly, considering that he makes a position by hit, and it's not 202 is off! 202 is off! Giacomelli is off! Giacomelli is off! He loses a position, maybe, yes. He just loses the position on Jack, that makes 2. So Jack is the third out of the 2 fighters. Is the third that benefit from it. And Giacomelli, this means that he is in 13th position, probably furious about it, because actually it was a move made by himself. So kind of penalized himself by making a move. So the Aston Martin really doesn't make any plays overall, even if he actually made a play, so I don't think he will be very happy about it, but considering no one of them has spun, it's actually a good thing. Meanwhile here Fidelibus in car number 3 may try an overtake on the BMW, because he has made his personal best, 54.8 for the Aston driver, 55.5 for Vizak. It's nearly a second of difference. So
gotten past Oli Jars as well, so I think we must bet somewhere up onto the 3rd podium position. And yeah, looking very good to make that P2 and maybe get after Giuseppe Diana. Speaking of which, Giuseppe Diana, I think, made some sort of mistake somewhere in the last lap, because he lost 1 second to Vicek.
Yeah, he made a 56.4, and there is an overtake from the outside on the Aston Martin driver. So I have to change the subject of the statement, but the Aston Martin driver is about to make an overtake from the outside. It really doesn't, and the BMW driver makes the inside for himself, for a house of himself, and defend perfectly the P2 position. But as you were saying, yep, Giuseppe Danna made a mistake somewhere. 56.4 for the Audi driver, 55.5 for the BMW driver, 54.8 for the Aston driver. So
interesting to see from Vicek. We have seen him do that before. At the end of the missile straight, just taking the inside line and forcing the other driver wide. I think we have seen him defending P2 with that before, when Olias tried to get past. So very clever move.
Obviously, you need to understand the track. It's a situation where Paul Ricard, many people say it's a parking lot. But it has a lot of space to make moves, and the problem is that you can use a lot the outside line, because there isn't anything to stop you from using it, and therefore making forcing a driver outside isn't really felt as much wrong as in other tracks, because it's just tarmac outside, and the Aston driver goes off. The Aston driver goes off and is approached by the BMW driver, but he doesn't lose any position. In fact, the McLaren tries.
Fidelibus just broke a bit too late. It was a really weird maneuver. I think just a bit too late on the brakes and lost around a second on the chuck, which now puts Oliards and Appel in a great position to also fight for P3, sorry.
I'm more concerning about Mr. Apple here, because the car number 444 is way closer to the BMW in front of him than the BMW is closer to Fidelibus in car number 3, and I think he's about to make an overtake. Same move for the BMW driver. Apparently the BMW drivers love the same move, trying to cover the inside and forcing the driver outside. There is the same move approaching here. In fact, the McLaren takes the whole tarmac outside and doesn't make any position. But yes, as I was saying, effectively here making a driver from going outside is not felt as wrong as always, because there is tarmac and there is not grass or gravel to stop you, so effectively you can just let them go out and don't really face any problem, because the Bentley makes the overtake on the Audi, and Hack, car number 48, makes the overtake on 660, and 660 loses the position even on Fang, so disaster sector for the Audi driver. Currently Ansel loses from 23rd to 25th position. Meanwhile here there is, I think, a possible overtake. Yes, there is, and the BMW driver makes the position on the McLaren driver. No, sorry, the Ferrari driver makes a position on the Aston driver. Sorry, and there is a freeway battle. The McLaren driver on car number 13 really wants to make a space for himself. He can't really make it because there is literally no space for him. And the Ferrari is actually ahead of the two of them. And the Ferrari makes the place on Dunizin, with Jack trying the outside on turn 2, which is highly unlikely. The Aston now tries the outside with a very good exit, and it's going to be the inside, but the Ferrari not only covers but literally take the Aston Martin for a ride outside and makes a place for the McLaren. And Jack currently on the inside, approaching the straight, and it is a 5-way battle for the same position. It is an astonishing battle going on here, because the Aston driver also loses the position on goals possibly. Instead he doesn't. Okay 1, okay 2, but not 3, and the Aston driver tries off Dunizin defense from the other Aston, and now there is a 5-way battle here. We go in the best possible spectator mode here, because the Ferrari driver is going to see in his mirror apparently a 3 wide possibly, because you can see there. I think going from Jack is even better. And there is the Aston driver getting overtaken by the Audi taking the fields apparently, and I think he wanted to try the outside lane before anyone else, and he loses some space by doing so. And I think Gols maintains the position on Giacomelli.
It's an absolutely amazing battle. I'm pretty surprised that we managed to keep it clean so far. Giacomelli now falling back a bit. We have seen Thomas Jack pretty much being the benefactor of this battle. I think he was P13 one lap ago, now P10, and looking to make like P9 as well. Currently on the main straight, very much on the back of the Ferrari. Tries to go to the right, so should be taking the outside line into turn 1. Side by side into the braking zone. Thomas Jack a bit later on the brakes and doesn't quite get past, still side by side into turn 2. Now going into turn 3, Thomas Jack starting in back behind again, and that's Dudlitson who's joining the battle. Now on the inside of Jack, and doesn't quite steal that P10, there's a bit of contact. Thomas Jack now onto the missile straight, still behind, and I don't think he's quite close enough this time around to utilize the slipstream. But he managed to hang on to P10, so that's, I think, better than he could have hoped for just 3 corners ago.
Yeah, Thomas Jack currently trying to make places on the Ferrari, and Dunizin trying to make a place over the other McLaren, and also the Ferrari, because it was very late braking for him. The Audi driver here of Giacomelli wants to join the fight, and not only joins the fight, but tries to make the outside again. Remember that before he failed to do so, and even now I think he will lose some time. In fact, same move, and he loses the same amount of time, and the BMW driver with him of Mushroom, first of the silver driver, wants to take something from the cake as well. I think... yes, I think that while we were looking at the battle, Fidelibus made the position on the Aston, on the BMW, and now Vizak is behind the Virtual Racing Team driver. And I don't know when the overtake happened, so I can't really replay on it. But there has been the overtake for P2, and now Vizak has to defend from another BMW driver, because I think he is looking at the times. He is the slowest of the pack. Best time has been a 55.0 for the BMW driver, 55.0 even for the BMW behind him, 54.8 for the Aston, 54.8 for the Audi, 55.0 for the McLaren, but in the last lap 55.9 for the BMW, 55.4 for the BMW behind him, 55.5 for the McLaren, 55.3 for the Aston, and 55.3 for Danna in P1. So P1 really taking the outchase personal, and makes again 2 seconds of gap between him and Fidelibus in P2. But now Fidelibus has some free air, and I think he is already benefiting from it, because he has already put a bit of a gap, 0.3 seconds, but it's enough to maintain a position until the long right-hander, and it means that he may have some spare time to use to make advantage of his gap. Already 1.8, 2 times gained in just a sector for the Aston driver now that he has clean air in front of him. And the BMW driver currently in P3 is facing some difficulties of some kind, race pace wise, compared to his quali pace. Meanwhile, here we can see there is a battle going on, because the Aston Martin is still trying the overtake, but the car number 13 has made a position on the Ferrari while we were looking in front, and I think it has happened on the straight. I wonder if I can replay to let it see. Let me check. I want to make a try. Yes, I can. Look at this, the Ferrari making the defending move on the outside, actually. Doesn't really achieve it, because the McLaren makes the move on the inside. Meanwhile, Dunsin has made a position on the inside of the other Aston Martin driver. So these were the 2 overtakes for respectively P9 and P11. So Dunsin remaking the place, and Jack making P9, considering it was P15 at the beginning of, 20 minutes ago. Oh, there is a yellow flag there. 656 is currently out of track. Sinolter is currently... oh, drive-through for Rogula too, for track limits, I suppose. So already a drive-through penalty for one of your driver. We'll see here. Oh, there has been a spin. Yeah, the BMW has spun the 656 in the middle of second sector. And unfortunately, these are still the initial, this is still the initial part of the race. So it means that if you go for a spin, you need to let everyone pass. Meanwhile, here there is the BMW. Vizak has to defend from the BMW driver, trying to make a place, not really making a place, but trying to put the nose at least alongside. 143 is off. 143 is currently off. Rogula, after having a drive-through limit for track limit, has to make back some space. But meanwhile, here we'll see what happens in front, because I think there are some battles here. Not really. The 2 BMW drivers have understood that this lap is good for him. Meanwhile, here Hortensi on car number 115 making the place on the McLaren driver. The McLaren driver tries to cover the outside. People are trying to put the outside to outside line as a defensive line, because as you can see there, the McLaren has a better outrun for the right-hander, the long right-hander, kinda helping turn, and the McLaren driver defends his position. The Audi really doesn't like this situation. In fact, it's right there. Oh, there is a contact, and the 115 is off. And the 115 is off. It makes the place in a quite a remarkable way of just making the place as much as he wants. In fact, I think he has let the McLaren pass by, but the other McLaren of Log, car number 420, wants to take the fight for himself as well. Doesn't really manage to do so. and I think it's settled over like this.
Again, 5 cars fighting for position at once. I always get a bit nervous when I see stuff like this because in my head it's just an excellent way to happen. But so far they managed to keep it clean, as we see car 46 trying it around the outside on car 14, but has a bit of a slide and has to fall back.
Yeah, oh, drive-through for Castro too. I suppose it's track limits for him too. And it's already not even an hour into the race and people are already getting drive-through. People have to understand that it's better to go slow than to get a drive-through. Trust me.
Yeah, especially on this track. We talked about it being no barriers, no gravel traps, nothing. It's very easy to go wide.
Keep going. I'm looking at a Bentley going drifting in a turn, but it's nothing of high magnitude happening. Keep going.
Yeah, as I was saying, it's very easy to go wide, it's very easy to abuse the track limits because you don't really have that many consequences. And track limit drive-throughs, I'm pretty sure we are going to see a lot more of those as we still follow that Bentley. After that moment, chasing after the Porsche, but having to hang back for now.
When in the five-way battle there is some trouble going on because Hortensi has completely lost the rear and nearly faces the barriers, loses some spots, and car number 46 is now trying the overtake on car number 115, currently side by side. And car number 46, I still remember that he was quite ahead of the pack, but unfortunately he has to make back some places. In fact, car number 46 was starting 12, and he is now in P30, single way to go for Campreguer. Trying the inside move on the Audi. The Audi tries to defend what will be the inside line. The McLaren doesn't really care about it and tries the outside, which is going to be the inside because there is a double right-hander here, and the Aston driver behind him makes the position 2 in car number 55, Igor 55 for the victorious secret team. This is a double loss of position for the car, for the Audi driver of in car number 88, Govindrahan. And I'm back here because I was seeing some. Okay. I think this is the very first moment of the entire race where there hasn't been too many problems going on in terms of overtake. No, man, never mind. I regret everything. There has been an overtake here for the car number 660, making the position on Fang. Fang losing the position number 24 to the Audi driver in 660 numbered car. But yeah,
Things start calming down at least a bit, but yeah, still a lot of on-track battles going on. The field's still pretty bunched up, but take a look at the minimap. We now have cars basically everywhere on track, which will get very interesting in around half an hour when we get to the first pit stop phase, and we will see cars trying to get into any sort of gap, having to get past back markers or having to let people by. It's going to be a very chaotic time as we look towards the front of the grid, where we have Massim Oliats trying to get back into P3 on the Mistral straight to the left of Witschak. We have seen those two fight for the whole race so far. Oliats now on the outside. Witschak and there's contact, they touch. Oliats getting pushed very wide. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a track limit warning. So he will be angry about that move. Witschak there with the very aggressive defense, and now gets into a bit of clean air because of that. And Oliats now very much under pressure from Apel behind because of that. So still at the front, we have fights between those three drivers. Fidelibus managed to get into somewhat of gap and is actually making up time to Giuseppe De Anna as a result of the cars behind him still fighting. But we have said that before, and we have seen those positions change. So yeah, at the front still nothing decided, no clear favorite yet so far. and still very small gaps as we see Joris Appel now just 2 tenths behind into turn 1, has a look at the inside but thinks better of it. Sticks back for now. I think that was a bit unsettled over turn 2 on the exit. It's very easy to take a bit too much curb on that corner. And now I'm pretty sure he has to be a bit patient until we Mistral straight. There's another small slide. And now let's see what kind of exit he has, as there's a bit of a slide for Williards. So that might compromise his exit onto the straight. But so far it's looking good for him, and now we can wait and see if anything will change after that straight.
McLaren being as loud as possible. I can't even hear my toes anymore, so I think I will go from the window here, because we can see the McLaren in this lime color still behind, but really trying to understand where is better to overtake in a safely manner, considering that effectively this is... Oh, there is a battle going on here in the straight. Yep, car number 729 on Schroeder on the BMW, making the place in his 16th position for the driver, making the place even before the turn starts. And I think Schroeder is running with a high downforce setup, because he was losing seconds compared to the Honda. Well, the Honda is also very, very fast with the new BOP. And in fact, you can see the BMW making, well, already getting some space with the... Oh wait, there is a Ferrari maybe trying the inside there. Vida, 333 car. And trying an overtake of some kind. Meanwhile, here there is an overtake going on here, because there is a 5-way battle here. Ferrari on the inside. There is a touch, and there is a multiple touch, and now it is off, and the Aston Martin is off, and is onto the barrier, completely shoving up onto the wall. And the Ferrari now has to defend from the Audi, who has some contact damage as well. You can see that the inside for the Audi, and Dubiel has some damage too. You can see the BMW making the place quite easily. Car number 53, and now the Aston Martin will be furious with the car in front of him, because it has been a calamity for the driver here. You can see there the BMW making a place quite easily, and we will see the replay shortly after I understand which car is where, considering this is a triple-way fight. I think front damage, huge front damage for the Aston driver, unless he just has a side.
That's the 920 of Dudnitzin. I've just taken a look into the cockpit view. Doesn't seem to have any suspension damage, but I would be surprised if that's not a massive amount of damage at the aero. But he is...
he's overtaking.
He doesn't really care about that, and tries to make up a place on the 500 car. Goes to the left, but as soon as he leaves the slipstream, doesn't quite have the straight line speed anymore. And yeah, doesn't try anything at the end of the Mistral straight. And again, in the corners, immediately starts to lose positions, angrily flashing his lights. I'm not surprised after that contact being put into the wall like that. Let's see if he has to pit, if he manages to keep on, but as close as he's staying to that Ferrari, I would be very surprised if he's going to box right now.
I want to see if I can somehow take the replay. It was like I have to do it manually. I think it was like, I think I can do it. But by the way, it was essentially a head-on for the Aston Martin driver. I didn't take it in time.
Into the barrier with the left tire, I think. So let's take a look.
No, I didn't take it in time, unfortunately. So.
Oh well.
No, 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 it's not showing. I have to do it manually because I don't know why. But yeah, here, Ferrari, car number 28, losing the position on the BMW driver. So the car racing is on the outside. The BMW makes the place, and I think he doesn't. Instead, he is. I thought he was going wide, and instead he went quite easily on the brakes. outbreaking the Ferrari completely and making the place for a 19th position of himself. And meanwhile here, this is a three-way battle here, with the McLaren making the place on the BMW of Odegaard. Odegaard losing the place on the McLaren. While I was looking at anything else, there has been the car number 7 losing the place, and Apple currently the McLaren driver making the place on Vizak. Vizak made a mistake. You could see that Vizak made a mistake in the left-hander, and the McLaren has joined in P3, so podium position for the McLaren driver. Quite surprisingly, because I was expecting the BMW to get third before the McLaren, not the opposite way around, but it worked anyway. So now the McLaren is effectively in front of the BMW duo that were fighting for a position for themselves, and now they have to chase the same position both of them were actually fighting for.
Yeah, but it's actually quite a surprising at first. So the 444 car basically following this battle in front for the whole time, and took a chance, managed to get up into P3 themselves, and already pulling a bit of a gap. Half a second in front, but that can change pretty quickly. The McLaren not that fast on the straight, so on this track that's quite a disadvantage considering that half the track is just one giant straight.
Yeah, but the BMW doesn't have much straight line top speed. It has a great acceleration, it has a great straight line speed, but it has basically the same problem as the, to make a comparison, the Mercedes in Formula 1. It goes fast and then it stops to go fast, and the BMW has the same problem. It goes, and then there is like a wall. So I'm not really sure if they can make it on time. Seeing the gap, the answer is really no. And I think no.
Gaining just a few tenths, but yeah, you're right, not enough. We've seen the McLaren weaving a bit, trying to break the slipstream. Nothing too bad, though. And yeah, manages to hang on for now.
Great news for me especially. There are some gaps in the standings, so I can finally follow some of the action instead of all. It has been nearly an hour of constant fighting, and it has been phenomenal racing with very few incidents. And actually, the only incident that happened is the fight for P9 in the end, because the Aston driver is actually the only one that has had some contacts with another car and some damage out of it. All the others were all spin, or in any way they were just spins without any damage. Although probably car number 46 would like to disagree about it, because he has lost 20 position by the spin he had. But it has been quite clean considering everything. Considering also there are 55 drivers, it has been quite clear, way more clear than some sprint race with way less drivers into the track.
Yeah, I'm also surprised. You would think with this many drivers, especially with the big difference in pace, that a lot more would happen, but yeah, no very big incidents. I think the biggest crash we've seen was the Aston Martin just 2 laps earlier, and even he didn't really have to pit. So yeah, let's hope it continues like this.
Talking about Aston Martin, we are here on board with Aston Martin, mainly because he wants to try to overtake on, I think, what he considers his murderer. And you can see him on the outside. He goes. The Ferrari tries to cover inside. The Aston Martin goes on the outside, flashes his lights, saying, "Mate, why don't you do something for me and let me pass?" Apparently, the Ferrari really doesn't feel like it's the right thing to do, and he covers the inside quite easily. Even considering Aston Martin probably has some problems in front aerodynamic, or what is. If he has some side damage and only, I think he has to be absolutely thankful to the Assetto Corsa gods, because it was nearly straight on into the barrier damage, and I don't think he has a lot of damage. I would like to know something from his teammates because I'm really curious about how much damage he really has. Meanwhile, here you can see there is a Giacomelli back with golds for a position. It is what they are fighting for. It is the top 10. Oh, the Ferrari is off! 7,500 is off! Calamity for Dubiel and the Forza Italia.pr racing team. It is a disaster for them. You can see him going over the sausages, the yellow sausages on the outside, and you can see him going nearly into the barrier. And I remember that the outside of the track, I think even here has a sort of slowing down effect for your tires. So possibly he has lost some tire lifespan on his car. And meanwhile here you can see Vida making a possible overtake for what will be the top 15. So each of them are fighting for something. You can see the 729 trying to cover the outside. Triple free on the inside he goes. Now we see on the wing because the Honda has been destroyed in straight line from the well, surprisingly an easy pass considering the ball track. Dubiel losing another position, maybe not, maybe yes, maybe not, I don't know, because the BMW is actually going on the outside, the Ferrari on the inside, Dubiel on the inside, Kaczynski on the outside, side by side for the two of them, and the Ferrari makes the place whatsoever. Well, makes back the place because he initially lost the place on the BMW for the Simulation Esports red team. Don't know which part of the car is red because it's green and black, but I suppose something is red in it. Oh, there is a Giacomelli here side by side with the Aston. Remember when I said the run fight going on? Well, I regret everything because the Audi 202 is actually on the inside on turn 1 and 2 and 22 loses the position on Giacomelli. So it means that the SPQ Racing team has not only one, not only two, but 3 teams in top 10 back again. Considering the starting grid, they are back in business for a top 10 overall, but obviously this is just the first hour, and the Aston Martin is about to be approached by the BMW. It's a silver driver of Mushroom. Currently he is the first of the silver drivers and about to get even in a spot for top 10. So great drive for the silver categorized driver here in the BMW Sim Racing team. I want to see if I can. Now I will go here. You can see the BMW making some. Well, they're also making some gap because Aston has more proficiency in straight line speed compared to the BMW. You can see, in fact, the goals. He really wants to make the place on the Audi back again, but he really can't make it on time, and he has to brake. And the BMW is actually strong in this particular part of his car. You can see the BMW driver maybe even try an inside move. He can't really make it because, well, there is not the space enough for making any place whatsoever. Meanwhile, here Dubiel, I think he wants to try to get back some position he has lost. You can see the Ferrari number 500 just glued onto the 991 Garage 991 car with Nils Schorer on the wheel. I can't really choose which battle I'm going with, so I think it will stay like this. Just for information, there is just a second of gap between between the two of P1 and P2. So I think, looking at the times now, it's just Fivelius making places and going places with his race pace because Danda didn't make any mistake whatsoever. It is just time-wise. Whew. It was a nice interval of moment. Oh, Karsten doesn't want to lay down. He wants to make back the place he has lost. The silver categorized driver wants to make the place back on the Ferrari, triple free. So Vida has now to defend, and there is a straight coming by, and the Honda is pretty good in this very sector of the car, considering the newest bob.
The Honda just trying to follow the Ferrari around the straight and gaining quite a lot in the slipstream, but the aforementioned brick wall sets in. And yeah, it's those last few centimeters that are missing, but still staying with it. Let's take a look if he will try anything in the braking zone. I would be surprised. Yeah, lifts and takes himself out of that fight. Ferrari now free to drive away in front, as we just saw the 500 Ferrari getting past past.
Oh, there's been a touch and the BMW driver is off! And one of the two BMW drivers started to interrupt because something is happening. Go you. Sorry.
Yeah, small touch on Schröer, who didn't lose a position there, except for the one he already lost to the 500 Ferrari in front. But still under pressure from Kaczynski behind, so that's a BMW battle. And even behind them we have the 28 Ferrari and the 48 Bentley, so another nice four-way battle. We have seen quite a lot of those so far. Let's take a look how this one will end. I think the 48 car currently the most likely to make up a place here on the main straight, but is missing that straight line speed on the 28 car. Very close through turn 1 and turn 2. Now coming into turn 3 side by side. Takes the inside line and better on the brakes, takes position. Very nice overtaking maneuver. Let's take a look at Ferrari, not trying to come back, no point in that. So that's Milan Hack now open to chase after the two BMWs in front, who also still have their own fight going on.
Yeah, now battles have lightened up back again after a 5-minute stop. Apparently people were getting bored, so they started to make fights all over the grid once again. The BMW driver, car number 969 on car number 991, so Simulation Esports Red driver Kaczynski on Schröer, and makes the place even before the turn starts, so it is a quite good overtake from the green and black BMW, while Schröer has to get back on the plant table and has to choose whether to attack or defend for a position. I think the Bentley driver has chosen for him, because now you can see that he has to defend. We'll go back here in a moment because there is a bit of a fight here. You can see all the hards for the URL team trying to make back the place he has lost in the beginning of the stint. I'm possibly going back and forth for the battles because there is a double-way fight here even. Yep, it's Hack making 2 places on the same lap maybe. Not really, because the line has been already crossed, but the BMW driver has to... Oh, bit of a touch between the Bentley and the Schröer, but Hack makes the position, so car number 48 in 18th position on the... I think it's the only Bentley all around the track, possibly.
Yeah, it's the only Bentley on track. Just a small touch on Schröer. Schröer angrily flashing his lights. Don't think he has any reason to. Milan was taking the inside line, and that's his right. But yeah, Bentley up in P18, so 2 overtakes in 2 laps. Quite well done. And already pulling out almost 1 second on Schröer, so will be able to hold on to this position. And yeah, we just see Thomas Jack. We haven't talked about him for a while, but he has been making up a lot of places in the early stages of the race, and now back into the fight, chasing after Giratana in front to make it P8. Still the fastest man on track, I think by quite some margin. So fast lap is still the 1:54.7, and his last lap at 55.7, which is also faster than almost everyone in front except for Giuseppe Diana, but goes into the pits, so that battle over quite soon.
Yeah, Vizak and Jack are the first of the pack to go into the pits, possibly trying an undercut. Meanwhile here, I think the same needs to be applied on the car number 7, because he is, for now, faster. Times say that they are exactly the same speed, 56.1 for both drivers. I really think that BMW has to pit now because of essentially the other BMW driver making his pit stop. Currently in oh, I've lost it. Where is he? Ah no, okay. It's there has been a change of driver. Sorry. Car number 101 now out of the pits. So there's been a change of driver for the 101 team, Sim Racing team, and the car number 13. Oh wait, I think Jack has 729. Oh no, okay, no, 729 is actually a lapped car. Yes, okay, no, I thought the 729 was in fight. Okay, now there is a good problem because now there are a lot of drivers getting in the way of other drivers. Fidelibus in the pits. And I think the same applies for April. So now the 201 has to go by and keeping the car where out as much as possible, presumably to try to get some space in free air. No wait, it was only hard. Sorry, I'm a bit getting confused by all the numbers and people pitting. Sorry.
Maybe just an explanation for the viewers who might not be aware of the AOR rules. In endurance races, all drivers have a maximum pit stint time, of 70 minutes. That changed this season, used to be 65. So all drivers can drive for a maximum of 70 minutes at once. Then they have to come into the pits. They don't have to change tires. They don't have to fuel up. But of course, after 70-minute stint, the tank will be empty. And with a minimum time of 30 seconds, it would be silly not to change tires. So we can expect most pit stops lasting 30 seconds if there's no damage to repair. Because the maximum stint timer is 70 minutes, we will see most drivers pit at the same time. But of course there's always a bit of variety between the teams. Some of the faster cars in this new patch actually have a very fuel-hungry car. So they might not even make it to the whole of 70 minutes and have to pit, say, every 65 minutes, as was the limit last season.
Yes, you can really play with the stint time. You can, for example, you can undercut some stints and not changing tires because it's entirely possible. You can make like a 70 plus 30 minutes or 70 plus 20 minutes to maybe have a different strategy compared to anyone else. Or you can just go always for the maximum possible. You can go for quite a bunch of different moves. We can see now the 101 making a place on the 728. Now the problem comes for the driver that hasn't pit yet, because you can see Fidelibus making places, you can see Novichi making places. The problem is that now there are lapped driver and not lapped driver, and lapped driver that hasn't made a pit, and lapped driver that has made a pit, and no lapped driver that has... It's a mess. You can't really understand what is happening until the very final situation. Like for now, we can even see Mashimun. Oh, there is a... What is it? Triple freeze off? Triple freeze off? Yeah, triple freeze off. You can see what happened here. I think some... Oh no, yeah, there has been a touch possibly with the Aston Martin. Car number 999 is also... No, okay, no, maybe not.
A triple free car, I think they just came out of the pits. So that's the car that Benedict Vida was driving last stint. So just coming out of the pits, having an incident immediately, that's not good for your motivation. And now also under pressure from another car behind, that's the number 8 car of Pavel Dominiak. So let's see if they can hang on to that. Looks like they can. Oh, rather, no, they don't. The main car goes past. On the main straight, easy. I almost wanted to say easy DRS pass, but we don't have DRS here.
I think there is a fight here for effective position because there is Ricard on the SPQR Racing team and Fidelibus that has lost a massive amount of time because remember that. No, wait, sorry, Ricard has lost a great amount of time because Ricard was effective in P1 and now he is about to get overtaken by what once was P2 driver, and I think he really still is, unless he makes the overtake, because now he will be P1 on the standings, and in fact this is a overtake for the number 3 driver, and Ricard loses the spot on the Assetto driver, and it means it is a effective position, so anyone that you see above 12th position is possibly going to be behind the duo here. Fidelibus possibly still, considering that he hasn't been changed on the wheel, it possibly means that he is still heated by the stint he has made, so it is a bit of an advantage. Clever also because considering that one of the drivers was already driving and the other is fresh off the box, the one fresh off the box is always slightly slower, and I think the SPQR Racing team has understood this the hard way around, because now Ricard is nearly a second off. Meanwhile here, Jack is about to lose the position on Giaratana, so both of the two drivers are still on a fight for the very same position. There is a bit of a contact between the two of them. There is more than a contact, there is still some contact, and now there is a bit of side by side, still door to door. This is real GT racing going on by, because you can see the 127 is trying the best he can to defend the position. Still some contacts. Another one. They are literally fighting as much as they can. The 127 really not pleased with the battle going on. In fact, Jack, you can see he dives the car into the inside, goes a bit wide on the outside, and now the driver is 228 off. But we'll see what happens later after this fight is settled. Now the driver of Giaratana for the General Z Sports Academy is about to make the place on the left side, which is going to be the outside, which is going to be the usual defensive line. It's now to be the attack line, and the McLaren has some speed in his pocket. You can see the Audi making the best they can to make as few meters as possible in that very corner. You can see the inside. He chooses the inside for the right-hander, and Jack has to cover the outside. Still some contact. There is a beautiful battle going on because you can see Jack. Oh, there is some contact, and Jack is off. And Jack is off. Thomas Jack is off. Car number 14 is off. They will not be pleased with what happens. They will be furious about what happened. There has been a fight for a wall overlap with contact going basically each any turn, and now I think we've encountered the damn pass, as chess players say, and Jack has encountered the worst fate possible. It's a half spin for him, and I think the steward will be flooded with some shouting from the Italian driver.
Yeah, you could see that coming from a mile away. They have been punting each other for the whole lap, so I think that was inevitable. It's a shame that this fight ends so early, as we have another car going into the barrier in front. I'm not quite sure who that was. Thomas Jackner also with a 15-second penalty immediately. I'm not quite sure what.
I think it's the starting. Wait, there is the report in case.
I'll just take a look. That is for an incident on lap 4, so that's already quite a while ago. Can't really remember what happened there, but Thomas Jackner with a 15-second penalty. I also want to quickly give a shout out to team number 920 for the bravery of the week. They actually went into the pit with exactly 2 seconds remaining on their stint timer.
It's perfectly calculated. 2 seconds. Basically, if he had encountered someone stopped on track, they will be disqualified.
I was watching the whole lap and thinking, oh, that's not going to go well.
Oh, penalty are about to get slapped around the track. 5 seconds for Fishman, 5 seconds for Alan. Suppose some crashes has been have been taken into action from the steward room, and they are not pleased with the driver attitude of some of them. You can see there is a penalty for the 444, and I wonder where it comes from. Also, I want to put into attention that Hollards was in P4, sorry. Before the stops, he has lost a position on the 201 that was in 7th. And there were like 5 seconds between the two of them, so I want to see if there has been a problem in the... So Hollards effectively has lost 3 seconds on the pits. On the time when he stopped, so I suppose he hasn't stopped in the exact pit box, and this is the problem that comes by. Just 3 seconds means that he has now to make back the place he has lost on the SPQR Racing Team driver Joshua Allen, and he needs to defend the inside. The 7 goes into the inside, and the 201 makes the work easy for Hollards. And car number 7 is now back into business in P4, about to get back into Peshman, who is 7 seconds ahead actually. So a disaster of a pit for the 7 lineup, and I suppose even some back marker making their work of being a bit of a problem for the faster guys. Also because being so many drivers in the same race, you also need to behave well with oh, 920 is off! No, 920 is...
They're just stationary on the main straight. I'm not quite sure if they have some sort of technical problem. Let's hope they can get it going again, but that sort of position usually doesn't really say it's a crash, but rather, yeah, a technical issue, disconnect or something like that.
I'm trying to see if it is a wheel or something. 20 seconds for wheel spin, by the way, for car number 69 on a penalty. I saw a movement of the wheel. 15 seconds even for Kuzmin. Penalty. The steer room really making the work of giving everyone a penalty. 20 seconds I saw for 69 actually. So I wonder who has he destroyed. Ricitelli has lost a position on the McLaren while we were looking at a stationary Aston Martin, because you can see Ricitelli lapping quite slowly, half a second from Pishman on 444, but now he wants to make the place back for his team. Left side for the Audi, McLaren on the inside, on the right. And I think he wants to try to make an inside move on the hairpin coming by, and he doesn't really make it on time. You can see the McLaren making the pass quite in an easy manner, and Ricitelli means that he has lost 2 positions since the beginning of his stint, lapping currently in 55.4 with Pishman with a personal best of this team, 54.9, very close to the fastest lap of the race, still held by Thomas Jack in still a 9th position, still has the fastest lap, 54.7 for the McLaren driver. Mushroom here, still on a battle with top 10 holder on the Audi 202 with Cinotti. On the SPQR Racing Team. I'm not sure why the flags aren't working, which is a bit disappointing because I love seeing who is from where. I know for sure that the SPQR Racing Team is basically all Italian team, except Alan, who is a British driver, and for the other I just don't know, I'll be honest. But here, the car number 3 has made some gap to Pishman with a 5-second penalty also. So Pishman is actually in P4. Yes, he is
de facto P3, yeah. Which makes it very frustrating for Ricitelli, who has to try to get past the 444 car, even though he knows after the pit stop he will be ahead anyway. So losing a lot of time while trying to overtake a car that's actually not really in front. Always annoying to be stuck behind someone with a time penalty. But also now, we talked about it and we are now seeing back markers coming into play. So Peachman just had to clear one of them. And might have lost some places there as we see the AAA car actually going off. I think there was some sort of contact with the 920 car. So both cars going off.
I'm trying to select them because they are passing by my standing so fastly. We'll see what happened here in the replay. Oh! Oh, that was a huge contact. I don't think the Aston Martin has survived the problem. You can see the 920 completely demolished. I don't know if, I don't know how it did it happen. But the Lexus driver was just off of the track and the Aston went head on completely without any chance of surviving, head on into the Lexus. So, oh, they're on the spin!
Just getting punted from behind from another car. So I would say that the AAA car using the racing line while very slow because of damage probably wasn't the best idea, and getting a big punt from behind for good measure. But looking at the damage from that initial crash, I don't think it will make any sort of difference. That's very, very unlucky for Nins. Fan favorite, also AOR organizer. Won't be too happy with the last 5 minutes.
I'm looking at the times, and I really don't know again what battle to choose because there are too many. But there is, I think, a record penalty, 45-second penalty for I've lost who it is because I'm. Oh no, the BMW. Oh no, BMW has crashed. One of the BMWs exploded in the middle of the track. I didn't make it on time who he was, but it was battle for 9th position. No, it was battle for 10th position, and now the BMW has. Oh no, it was Mushroom in the car number 53 has disappeared from the race. So I think it's a disconnection for him. You can see him back on pits. Unless it's...
yeah, he was cited for P10 earlier, now in the pits, so yeah.
I think it's something about Steam timer.
Might just be some sort of technical problem, just a minor disconnect, and the game resets you to the pits, just to make sure that you're not on the track in the way of everyone. Yeah, very unlucky, losing 20 positions right there, and probably going to be more than that.
Unfortunately for the silver driver, considering he was the fastest around, battling even for a top 10 overall, and unfortunately this means that everything they made until now is basically thrown out of the window and needs to be made once again, and with an hour and a half less, and I think a lap behind. So they need to make the same work they made until now and make it double. So not exactly the best of situation for the silver lineup. Alan here making possibly some gap. I'm looking at the time. Ricard has made a 55.2 and Alan has made a 56.0. But I think one of the two. I think the BMW has lost several seconds for some reasons, because now there is a very little gap between the two BMW. Unless there has been an overtake that I haven't looked at, which is possible because I was looking at the silver driver being thrown into the pit for some reasons. So Oyas in P4 here, with gaining some massive time on Ricitelli. Ricitelli is lapping very, very slow. I know that I don't like it, but I will say it because there are viewers. Ricitelli is actually lapping very, very slow. In fact, he is as fast as Giaratana in P9. 56.2 for Ricitelli, 55.1, 0.2, 55.0 for Novicki. So I wonder if he has some damage or if he can't really get in synchrony with the car. You can see the Aston Martin there getting back on track without having the car being repaired. So I'm not sure why he is back on track with basically a loose front end. Kuzmin was the car with the record penalty, 45 seconds for some reasons. I will look at the report as soon as I came, because there is an Audi there. Car number 115 is currently Rizzo trying the overtake on deck. And the Audi driver is about to make, well, wants to make the place on the pro driver, on the silver driver 728. So the Virtual Driver Alliance team, they are already in 25th, considering Wheelspin has a 20-second penalty. But
just an update that 45-second time penalty for car 774. It's actually two separate penalties for an incident in lap 1 and lap 16 respectively.
Okay. I suppose there were... So, oh wait, there are some battles going on here. I can't really understand who is with what. So it's 77 and 27 on a battle, but there is the car in 52nd position that is actually faster than the two of them. Oddly enough, he wants to unlap himself, obviously, considering it's an endurance race, every position is possible. Car number 333 making back some places, considering they were in 15th position. They are now all the way back in 42nd. With the incident that happened just slightly earlier. Warren eventually losing the position on car number 500, so 500 is back in business, considering everything. And there has been Jack and Jaratana making swap of places. Jack is still in 8th position, with Jaratana making the move. Some back marker in the middle of the way. The Audi clearly has some advantage, considering that Jaratana has some slipstream to play with, but the McLaren goes out, and there is a side-by-side between the Audi and the McLaren. Oh, there is a touch! And there is a touch in the 127 remains on track, and Jack actually in the car number 13 goes out of track. Remember that he has also a 15 seconds penalty, so not really fighting for position, but rather fighting for seconds, because he has to make 15 seconds of gap between him and the car behind him as soon as possible, if he doesn't want to lose any position or any more position. But being in a fight really does help this situation, considering that he currently will be around P12 with a 15-second penalty.
Yeah, Thomas Jack on his first stint was just flying around the track, and the second stint seems to be just a magnet for crashes and incidents. So that was the second one we saw in the span of 20 minutes. Just as a side note, the one driver who's benefiting a lot from what just happened is actually the driver in P40, that's the 77 car, who, yeah, basically had his fight resolved by the two faster drivers getting past.
Ah, yeah, we were seeing the battle going on slightly earlier, and 333 has actually said that he wants the same position, and 333 is ahead of the 77.
Yeah, Sven Leisering just going very wide to let the faster drivers get past,
okay.
And the Ferrari said thank you very much, and just yeeted itself past now into P40.
Obviously, each of the driver has the same importance, so if you go here seeing a battle for P38, it's as important as one for P2. You can see here the BMW on the inside, it goes 777 Benz for the GOT Racing team, 777 into 25 for the Castle Sports team, loses the position, and it is fight for currently 39th overall. But in silver class, I think it is... no, okay. I can't see it. I think it's around... Okay, it's 11th position for silver, so just outside top 10 in silver class, because car 999 is actually top 10 in silver, Florea in the GOT Racing team. What else is happening is that there is actually some chasing going by in No, I think it's still here because Castro... Yes, Castro is on the outside on the Ferrari. Ferrari on the outside, 777 on the inside. It maintains... the BMW maintains 11th position in silver. And Castro still has to stay behind the BMW driver. BMW driver lapping 56.7 with a personal best of 55.9. While Castro is on the same lap time, 56.9 on the last. Obviously they are still battling, so not really important. However, 56.5 is their personal best, so it means that the 777 is actually getting back some time, considering that their personal best is way faster than all the other personal bests around him. In this very position, the average is about 56.5, and they have 55.9, with only the 333 being, for obvious reason, the only one even under with a 55.5, but they were involved in a crash earlier on. So car number 777 is actually the one that drive through for Florea in the 999. I was about to say the one that will be able to get top 10 as early as possible, and I think as early as possible means in the next couple of laps, because effectively Florea will make a drive through and let the 777 get into the top 10. Meanwhile, Eugene is actually trying the overtake on the 999. So Eugene for the Beeswax team is actually trying to make the move on Florea. Florea that now has to defend. We see on the interior, because I think we can see the Honda there. The Honda on the outside. I wonder if he will close and still the BMW lifts off a bit and goes into the throttle a bit too early and nearly loses the car completely. But remember, they have a drive-through, so not really worth it to fight for a position, considering that it will be not useless, but not beneficial for him. Meanwhile, Dominic, in the 8th Porsche, is actually fighting for 15th position with the Bentley. You can see a triple-way fight around here. You never saw a Porsche overtaking on a slipstream, and this is the day where you are dreaming, because you can see the Porsche has made a place in the straight. The Bentley pushes him outside of the track. The Porsche on the outside, Bentley on the inside. Ferrari tries the inside on what will be the Porsche outside, and it means that Hamlin is actually staying behind because Dominiak wants to make the place of Warren. So the past sim racing team is having some problems with the Race Anywhere sim sport.
Yeah, you can just see Hamlin sticking back, had the opportunity to try any moves, but it would have been very risky. But still staying behind, just those few tenths, just dogging this fight in front, looking to use anything that happens in front. As we see the number 8 Porsche, only Porsche on the grid actually, still very, very close on that Bentley, also the only Bentley on the grid. So a fight of unique cars happening there. Let's take a look through turn 1. Dominiak still staying back. Turn 2, a bit unstable, and that enables Warren to drive away somewhat, but there's now back markers in front of them that they will have to contend with, so that might shake things up coming onto the Missouri Straight.
Yeah, possibly the back marker drivers, unless they are fighting, they will make the pass easy, considering there is the straight. But Porsche really wants to make the place even before the straight starts. Not really the best of strategy, considering they are on a Porsche, unless they want to use the slipstream in front of him, which is also a viable option. Plenty of options to make up to. One could also be staying behind the Bentley until the very end and launching the car. Obviously, a lot of strategy considering the long straight. You can see the Porsche having massive difficulties keeping the pace of the Bentley. The Bentley having some difficulties getting past.
There's a spin in front.
Oh no, where?
Two spins.
Oh, spin!
Both back markers spinning off, and that now enables Hamlin. He took the chance because the Porsche had to brake, and he goes down the inside after the straight and steals the place, not really respecting yellow flags, it seems. And yeah, very opportunistic, which I just mentioned, sticking back, looking for any sort of mistakes in front. but very much under pressure again from the number 8 car. Porsche now going down the inside into the penultimate corner. Very long left-hander. Hamling still manages to stay in front, heads the inside on the last corner, and on front on the start-finish straight.
Yeah, now there is a triple-way battle, not for 15th, but actually for 16th, because there is also the 991 of Jensek trying to, maybe thinking about a move. You can see the Porsche on the outside on turn 1, maybe taking some gap in time, but the answer is actually no, because the Ferrari takes the outside, and the Porsche loses another position, and Jensek for the Garage 91 makes the place on the Porsche. And the next target is actually over the 28 car. The next target is in the Ferrari. So this is huge news for the Garage 991 time lineup. With the Ferrari now having to... well, he went to chase all this time, and now he needs to defend against the duo. Meanwhile, Ansel, you can see Ansel here making the place on the car number 14. So Ziatek making the pass easy for the Audi. Meanwhile here, Dominiak still behind the BMW. I think Dominiak is running as low wing as possible, and it's actually working quite well, because you can see that he is keeping up on a straight and not entirely into the turns. So possibly a low downforce setup for the 8. Actually the 8 is the best of the IM drivers, with the silver best of Hamling in Hamling's hand, and the best pro is also the best overall is still Fidelibus in the car number 3, who is not having as much TV coverage as before, considering that he is not flying away. But remember that Pishman has a 5-second penalty, so effectively he has a 6-second gap between him and the next car behind, because Ricitelli is actually 7.3 seconds, so Pishman will not even lose any position, just on gap, so lucky for him, I would say. But now it is Novicki in car number 101, trying the overtake on 201, so Silver Racing Team per Irwash. Maybe trying the overtake on, not on the turn, but possibly on the inside of the hairpin, considering that the last lap time was 2 tenths quicker for Novicki, 55.6, Allan 55.8, 27 is actually off track. 27 is actually off track, so this is Kalinazou on the McLaren. You can see here what happened exactly. Goes on the curb, goes a bit over the curb, loses the rear, and unfortunately 27 loses completely, and is a spin for the silver rated driver, currently in P44. Meanwhile, we can see the battle still going on here, because Zezek in the Garage 991 is about to try an overtake on the Ferrari, and the Porsche has the very same idea, but on the BMW. And I don't know who will benefit from each of it. Probably the Bentley. The Bentley will be surely the most beneficial of the trio, so the quartet actually, because the three of them will battle until the very next pit stop, which will come around.
Should be around half an hour to 40 minutes still to go.
So still a long way to go for the three of them, if none of them wants to make a different strategy, which is still possible. 70 minutes is a lot, and not all of them are going to use all of 70 minutes. Sometimes we may also go for 50, 40, 30, 20, I don't know, 2 minutes numbers. But meanwhile here, there has been an overtake here, because the Ferrari driver, Cinotti also on an overtake. Cinotti on the 202 is on a battle with Steinhauer. How is it say? I know I'm saying it wrong. How is it? What is the right pronounce? Steinhauer? No.
Steinhäuser.
Steinhauser. Okay, Steinhauser.
The hardest name for non-German they could have picked. We also just saw Marcin Oliat making it past Ricitelli for P3.
Ori. Orias. Yeah, Orias. All the overtakes have happened in the same lap, which is great for me. Thank you, everyone. Make an appointment next time. I need to follow each one of you. But Ricciardi has lost it before on Olehards. Then there is Cinotti making the place on Steinhauscher. Hamlin losing the place, making the place on the Bentley. So there is not a single position that has been declared because the Bentley has made a mistake somewhere else, and I think the Bentley will lose the position even on the BMW. There is a double loss of position for the BMW for the Bentley Driver Race Anywhere team, and you can see him. In fact, I think there is some kind of problem for him, whether it's fuel related or it's any kind of other problem, because they lost 2 positions in the same lap, basically in the span of not even a kilometer, and the Porsche is about to make the same. Meanwhile, I think we can see that Jack is also about to make an overtake. No, it's still a bit far, so now there is still the triple weight for I don't know how many cars, and 4 cars are involved in this fight for position, with some back markers in the middle of the way too. So not exactly the most comfortable situation for the 4 of them. Thomas Jack still for 10th. I will see. Also remember that Thomas Jack has a lot of seconds of penalty. I also remember everyone to subscribe to Apex Online Racing channel for being updated to any and every race, even on the overtake, because there is Jack making the overtake on the Audi 127. 127 is actually being attacked by Thomas Jack, and Thomas Jack making the place worthy. So it's P8 on the board, P9, no, not even P9, it's actually P11 on the standing effectively, but he now has clean air and he can make some space between him and Steinhauscher. You can see him, Steinhauscher, on the Aston. Still maybe trying to make a place on the Audi driver of Cinotti, and Giordatana here making the same thinking about Thomas Jack in front of him. And Dominiak, there are 3 fights going on at the same moment. I just hope to not lose anything. Oh wait, Giordatana, I think he wants to make the place back. He's glowed. He can literally see the driver in front of him from the mirror, from the McLaren's mirror, considering how close they are. You can even distinguish which eye when he's closing his eyes. But Dominiak also in the same spot. Dominiak is also very, very close, even more close than the battle we were talking slightly earlier. You can see the Porsche on the inside of the Bentley on the outside. Bentley covers the outside, covers to say something about it, but more stays on the outside and keeps the position without any further problem whatsoever.
It has to be said, great driving by all 4 of those, by Dominiak, Warren, Jensch and Hamling. They have been fighting wheel to wheel for multiple laps, no contact, no crashes, very, very entertaining and very well driven by each of them.
I think top 10 is going to be shuffled. Drive-through for Nowicki, 101, currently in 5th position. Is a disaster for the 101, for the Silver Racing team, for Aerowash team. He's already taking his drive-through. While we were looking at Steinhauscher and Cinotti, because there has been the overtake on the straight, apparently they are swapping the place on the straight, so they are losing as less time as possible. Meanwhile here, Dominiak has made a place on Varren. The second I stop looking at them, they make the overtake. Thank you. You are making on purpose. Tell me. Dominiak makes the place on Varren. I think we can try to see the overtake happening. Yeah, you can see here the Porsche just behind you. You never see it, and now you will see it. The Porsche overtaking someone on a straight line. This is fantasy. This is something written by a great author of books, because it's just a dream for every Porsche viewer out there, people overtaking on a straight. But enough about jokes, because 101 Novicki has served his drive-through and he is currently behind Joratana in P8. So a good loss of position and time for him. I think it's about 20-25 seconds, I think. I need to be certain of it.
Which puts him in the middle of the fight with Steinhäuser and Chinotti. So if Steinhäuser manages to pick up the pace a bit, this will suddenly be a freeway fight for P9. So Novicki now also on cold tires needs to quickly get into the groove again, pick up the pace, and maybe even try to get, yeah, he has to get back 8 seconds to even make it back into P8. But the standard phrase for every endurance race, we still have 7 hours to go, so not even 1/3 of the race over yet. And you just need to focus. Pretty much every team will have a drive-through at some point or another. I think last time around in Kota we have actually seen every single team serving a drive-through. So it's far from over yet, and that position isn't lost for good.
No, obviously, the thing is that Paul Ricard is also a not so long pit lane. So effectively, the time lost in the drive-through is not the time lost in the Suzuka drive-through, or even worse in Indianapolis, where a drive-through is basically a lap. Here is about 20 seconds, so possibly it's the same as saying that you have a 15-second penalty, more or less, for track limits, which is fair. But I think the possible closest battle around the corner is about to be this very one, with Novicki making some gap between him and Senacher, and Chinotti staying close by the Aston. And I remember everyone that the Audi has some not much, but some more straight speed advantage compared to the Aston. You can see the temps are coming down 2 temps, very close, but it's not going to be enough. He makes him his shape into his mirrors. He let himself see, oh, that's definitely a track limit for him. But there is still some gap between the two of them. Meanwhile, I'm very curious about Riccitelli, because Riccitelli is not looking great. He is now 3.5 seconds behind Holy Hearts. Oh, there is a battle going on for P1 possibly. Even if not exactly for P1, it's more about who is in front of who physically on track. Because there is a 5-second penalty for the McLaren driver, 444, Pichman for the Rennfelten Esports team. 5-second penalty being applied possibly for a contact in the middle of the way.
That's also a very different tactic for Fidelibus he now has to take, because he knows if he just lets Pichman stay behind, he's going to be 5 seconds in front after the next pit stop. So he has even more to gain by not letting Pichman pass than usually, but Pichman knows he has to get past and has to set fast lap times to try to make up the time, but now goes a bit wide after the first raked, loses a few tenths there, but right back into the fight, and he will be anxiously looking in front, where there's a few back markers trying to, starting to get in the way of both of those drivers.
Yeah, backmarker may also become a very interesting variable, considering where you encounter them, because if you encounter them on in the middle of the technical zone just after turn 2, sorry, you are pretty much stuck behind them and you can't really make anything about it. You just have to wait or to send the car, and either way it's going to be a problem. Meanwhile, 777 has made a position on car number 17, so it's effectively P9 on standings for the 777 with some some great lap time from his side. Still a bit of in the middle of the pack for him, so not exactly the best for the GOTS Racing team, but they are certainly making places. They have started exactly in they started in P48, and now they are already in P46, so not really the worst of the race. Meanwhile, here there is also a fight between Eugene and Kazmin. Eugene in 45th. Oh, there is a yellow flag. Peter is off. Peter was slightly off. I think something happened here. We can see the replay exactly. Because you can see
angrily flashing lights. So
yeah, seeing the replay seems like the Aston has taken a more wide line compared to the 5, and the 5 really didn't like whatever happened.
yeah, pushing the ES was pushing Hans-Peter wide somewhat, so that's why he was a bit angry at losing the position in that way. Yeah, I wouldn't want to make a judgment on that. I think it was still within the rules. That was still alright, but maybe not that nice. As we see Mark Gewinner, which actually just means Mark winner, trying to make P5 by getting past Alan. So that's the 42 car. I think we haven't talked a lot about the 42 car so far. So they have been having a quiet race. But yeah, P6 started from P7 on the grid. That explains why we haven't talked about them that much. But in endurance races like this, not being talked about is often a very good thing. Because it means you don't have any incidents, you don't have any spins, crashes, you're just driving your race.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that we didn't talk about him and his team, because they have one of the brightest livery of the whole grid, and it's not in a negative way. I'm a fan of bright liveries, and I need to say it. It's quite visible, so I don't know how I didn't talk about him. But car number 52 is actually on a chase for P5. They start at P8, and their lap times are actually one of the best overall in terms of last laps. Surprisingly, their best lap time is not even in a 50. Is one of the worst of the pack, because their best lap time, and this is where endurance racing is. Oh, there is another. We'll keep talking about him slightly later this fight, because there is Filipiak 969 in a Simulation Sports trying the outside on the Ferrari, and he makes a move on the outside. Very cool overtake onto the 28 Emling in Cracked Racing. So it's effectively a loss of position for the silver driver overall, but they stay on the same pole in the same P1 in their category. P1 for them. There are also a fight here, because Sami in 112 for the DC Sim Racing.nl is going to make an overtake. It is beautiful art livery. 112 making the place on the Audi. The Audi doesn't even try to cover anything, and Cinotti loses the place on the BMW driver, with Hamling still trying to make back the place on the BMW. You can see him making the inside, the BMW on the outside. Possibly he's trying to cover the outside, but the Ferrari makes the place even before the corner starts. So it's they are back. Oh, there is a double wave fight there. We'll see from just behind what happens, because the BMW Garage 991 is going to take the inside, and the Cracked Racing is going to just benefit from it. Oh, the 991 is going a bit wide, more than a bit, a couple of nearly 10 meters out of well, the wrong way around, but the position stay the same for now, at least, with Jensek still trying to make a move, but there is another move going on here, because Fidelibus has lost the position on Pishman. We have lost the overtake, but we'll see what happened exactly. You can see that the McLaren was on the inside with Aston on the outside. The McLaren made the overtake quite easily on the inside. Meanwhile, there is the 42, which we were talking about, making the place. Please be over as soon as possible. Making the place on the inside, 42. And Alan still trying to cover the outside, but it doesn't make it. And there is also a back marker passing by them. Yes, it is the 920 passing by and splitting the fight. So not really the best for Alan. Perfect for Geviner. Geviner with the best overall pace, as I was saying before, because they have the worst best lap until top 10, but they are in P5, so it means that effectively the overall race pace is better than the best race lap pace, the hot lap. But we are I don't know how many cars are involved anymore, because there is a freeway fight between the two BMW and a Porsche in the middle of the fight. They're trying the outside, the BMW on the inside, the Porsche tries again the inside move, nearly goes into the green. BMW with the BMW 991 trying the inside and makes the move on the inside. It is phenomenal racing. You can see him, the Stefan Jenzik has made a move back and forth with the Porsche number 8 Dominiak in Filipiak, making some meters of gap somehow, not even many of them, because you can see Dominiak is still trying to make the most of the places with a Porsche that doesn't have as much straight line speed as possible, but it has a lot to perform on every other single section of the track.
Yeah, still that fight we have been watching for, I think, the last 45 minutes between those three cars. They still manage to keep it clean. I'm a bit at loss for words for how well they are doing. Currently, Dominiak now having to hang back. The one driver who has benefited a lot from those three fighting is Hamling, who we have seen being part of this battle earlier, but now 2 seconds in front. And let's just see the Porsche of Dominiak now onto the straight, a bit too far back with the lack of straight line speed. I don't think he will be able to manage anything, gaining a bit, but as soon as he will leave that slipstream, he will hit that brick wall we mentioned earlier. But nobody told Dominiak that, because he's currently pulling past both BMWs. So coming into the braking zone, let's see if he can hang on. He does. Has a bit of a slide.
No, he does. He does. Somehow he does. Oh, incredible overtake for the Porsche driver from the outside. He overtakes two BMW in a straight line speed. Someone forgot to give him the note that the Porsche is low on the straights, apparently, because he doesn't even do it by a chance, and in fact he overtakes not one but 2 BMW from the outside in a straight line. I never saw anything like this. Phenomenal racing.
It's, yeah, that's an overtake that goes into the highlight wheel, both of AOR and I'm pretty sure Dominiak himself. Very well done.
Honestly, if we need to vote for an overtake of the race, I don't care about anything else. This wins. This one wins hands down. Definitely. It's phenomenal racing for the PAL Sim Racing team, and Dominiak is putting a masterclass of a work with this Porsche. I'm looking at the lap times, and I can't look at the lap times, honestly. They are just completely being... oh wait, 117 is off! Completely off track.
Yeah, stationary on track and just left the server, so similarly another...
Yeah, I didn't make time on see what happened, because he has exploded several... okay, no, I can't. Because I didn't make it up in time before he left the... Oh wait, Samin is actually trying, maybe the... No. I changed my mind 3 times in a second. Currently Samin is behind Steinhauscher, and he will stay behind for now. This battle is still ramping up. but maybe now there is a bit of calm, and a bit, maybe I have 20 seconds to say it. Overall pace is way more important in the endurance race than best lap, because effectively you can get places by consistency instead of just being fast one lap or the other. And it's quite clear because there is a best of 45.7.8 all until 7th position, and then there is a 55.0 until 9th. The only exception is a 55.2 from the 42 lineup, but they are actually in 5th position and actually gaining, because Alan, you can see he has lost several seconds from Gewinner. So it really means that overall pace is way more important than making a lap and call it a day, as being shown by this bright livery here. Very, very cool also. I'm a fan of lime, but yellow is also one of my favorite colors. Lime is actually the best, but that's just my opinion. Meanwhile, we'll see here one of the best livery in the entire grid, because it's basically an art piece with all these. I don't know, even it's so abstract to look at. Sure, it's not abstract to see an overtake from his side, because Samim is several laps that is about to get closer and closer. Oh no! No, there's a crash!
Contact. That was the 333 Ferrari. That was the AF Corse team. Yeah, just going wide, rejoining the track in a very dangerous manner, and they can only blame themselves for that. That was a silly rejoin with fights going on track. They just went onto the racing line and, yeah, paid the price.
Yeah, you can see also the overtakes going on here, because 17 and 25 are actually battling for position, while others are battling for position, while the 333 was battling for position. Well, because it's a team. So the 333 were battling for a position with the two of them, and the freeway battle took a wrong turn for Mezzofi. In fact, he has lost both the position. I think someone has quit again, because I can see that.
Now we're down to 53 drivers.
No, I think.
And there's another yellow flag for the 7 to 8. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'm trying to see who was. Ricard! Ricard has had a problem because he's now in the pits. He was in P3, in P4. Calamity for the URL team. Ricard.
Yeah.
Oh no! How did it happen? They were in P4, and now they're in the pits, and they're in P39, all the way behind the grid, and it's a disaster for them. Oh no! They were facing up one of the best possible situation, considering they were in P4 with a possible chance for P1 too, and now they are not anymore. So one of your fighters for the day is actually in the pits, and I can't understand why. It's the second time that this happened, and it's the second time that this happened to a front runner. So I wonder if it's any problem considering stint times, or any other kind of problem. Can't really understand why. Meanwhile, we see.
Always just the risk of technical issues. But yeah, you hate to see it. Just seeing races end prematurely. Speaking of ending prematurely, we have just passed the 2-hour mark, and sadly that's also the mark for me to leave you in the capable hands of Christian. And later on, in around 2 hours, you will also be joined on stream by the brilliant Shinsen. Thank you everyone for watching, and yeah, I will see you in 3 weeks' time at the latest for the next race, and I also wish you a lot of fun for the next 7 hours of this race.
Thanks, mate. See ya. Anyhow. Just for anyone seeing the race, how if they are enjoying the race, because actually I can't know for sure, because I'm basically shouting stuff and overtakes left and right, so I understand if some of you maybe may want some slower change of perspective or anything else, also the volume, also the commentary overall, if the volume is okay, if, I don't know, you want to talk about anything. I have the chat under control, and I will look at any of you if you want to say anything about anything. You can see here Samin maybe trying the overtake on the Aston Martin, not really trying the overtake because he goes into the inside. Into the inside, he actually makes the overtake on the inside, on the hairpin. Perfect move from the DC Semi Racing for the Netherlands home-based team. And I think it was the overtake just before the pit lane. What else is happening? For now, we are on a stable condition. I see there are 42 of you, so for anything race related or for anything you want to talk about race or not, you can just comment here. And if you want to stay updated to any race that is happening, like Monday there is the sprint, and Tuesday there is the sprint also, but is tier 2. You can subscribe to the channel and click on the little bell that you see up there to not lose any update regarding any race going on. Meanwhile, Noviki has a 5-second penalty, 5 seconds also for Alan, and 5 seconds goes for Fishman 2 with Jack with a 15, and a 45-second penalty for car number 774. I can read numbers apparently. The Ferrari goes on the inside, 25. Not really. Ritz is the first of the group that takes the pit stop. 20 seconds for wheel spin, 5 seconds for Kode. Cosmin with a 45. So it's basically a bit of a shot on the knees for the Aston driver. But we are seeing here the 25 making the overtake on the 661 Jenner on the defensive line, which is going to be the outside because possibly thinks that he can make it on the inside, but the Ferrari covers everything, makes the Ferrari as wide as possible. Basically the entire track is being covered, but there is a touch and there is a crash and the 661 is off. 661 is off and Jenner is likely off just in front of the drivers that are passing by. There ISPQR Racing Team Audi. I think it was, which one it was? I think it was this 202. Yes, it was the 202. 202 of Cinotti. Not really in a fight, so not really much has been lost by them. But Ritz is the first, as I said, on the pit lane. And possibly the next one to approach the pit lane will be the ones right here. There was a pop in the microphone, I don't know why. There's been some exceptional 2 hours. I don't have any more at Rolls, and I have to stay with you all for 2 more hours. So I will stay with you all for the next couple of hours with the loudest possible voice, and I suspect now that everything will be shuffled left and right. Steinhauser is 5 seconds, just 5 seconds behind. No, 5 seconds, yeah, 5 tenths. I'm starting to my mind is starting to fading away from saying the right things. Meanwhile, we are here. I want to see if I can give a look to no, I can't see it unfortunately. I don't have access to it. No, I have. It's control. Okay. Sorry to being a bit out of the race for now, but I was seeing the penalties. And the car number 444, no, sorry, the car number, let me see if I can make it, I want to see. It's a bit of a difficult situation. I mean, like here you can see that there is another pit. Yep, it's Castro in the car number 25 making his pit stop for his stint. Speaking of stint timer, I think that they are really close to make a pit. 1 hour and 04 on the line. Same applies for Thomas Jack, and same applies for no one else. No, same applies for I think no one else for real. So they are the two of the possibly next driver going for a pit. Remember that 70 minutes is the stint timer. Oh, Pishman is actually in the pits. So Pishman will serve his 5-second penalty, and I think he already did. No, he still has to. And I, for the first time, can say that the battles have kinda settled over, but anything is still on the table because there are 7 hours to go, and for obvious reasons, nothing is yet to be said. Risso is actually back on track, and he is in 32nd position for now, burning in the pits. Same goes for Thomas Jack, same goes for Nowicki. Thomas Jack will stay in the pits way more than all the others. It is terrible view. Because he has a 15-second penalty to serve. So it means that we will see him going down the line quite a bit. Possibly not making the best possible out of the penalty that he will face ahead of him. More than him, possibly there will be Joshua Allen. Joshua Allen for the PQR Racing team. Vicky is still in the pits. And Thomas Jack, no, I think Nowicki has started again. Yes, he has started the car again. Possibly for the 45 seconds penalty applied for Kuzmin will. Oh wait, they are basically one after the other. So Nowicki and Jack. I wonder about the time they've been stopped. Thomas Jack has been stopped for 10 seconds. Okay. So there's been a 10-second gap between the two of them. So Thomas Jack and Nowicki are now in contention for a position which will be possibly P8. I can only suppose about it. But there is a yellow flag that Krebs has been involved in some incident of some kind. We'll see what happened exactly here. You can see him going basically straight on into I don't know, I think they stopped the car by mistake, because I was seeing the car revving out revving because they were in the wrong gear. Meanwhile, there is here Nowicki making the move on 170. Not really a move for position, but more a move to, well, move, because there is Simon Big. No, going out, and the frontal is off. The second Simon Big went on the car, Simon Big has destroyed the tires, and now they are off of the racing line quite clearly. This is a calamity for the car number 13. Disaster for Simon Big. The current fastest lap time team holder is in a disaster situation because they have spun with cold tires and possibly destroyed the tires. So now they will have to make an entire stint with well, not really the best tire possible. Meanwhile, here we see Leonardo Porco on the virtual racing team, the car number 3. Quite ahead of Apple for a triple stint. Joris Apple is for Renvelten Esports is on a triple stint for his team. And speaking of pit stop, I think Nowicki is now way more happy about doing his stint, considering that he hasn't to look behind him anymore, because Simon Bigg is way behind the grid and with way more destroyed tires than his opponent. Joshua Allen going for the overtake, for the pit. Okay, see him getting very close to Samin. Last lap time obviously is not. I think Samin didn't pit yet, so effectively remember that Sporco was in P1, well, not himself, but more of his team was in P1. Joris Apple still some seconds behind him, but he's already gaining a lot of time. He is lapping 55.3, and I think the overall it's very good lap time for the 444 team. You can see that Porco is about to make the overtake on Samin, not really an overtake for position, so I don't think the Dutch team will make any resistance. In fact, they don't. Want to give a look at Ricard is actually in the pits with Gewinner making passing by. Jaratana still a lot behind, and then there is Nowicki still making as many places as possible in as little time as possible. Remember that Nowicki was actually fighting for the lead of the race until the drive-thru happened, and now there is Nowicki making places as fast as he can. Taking the inside more than anything, and inside he goes. But there is also a fight for position down there. No, it was a back marker. Okay, so the BMW makes the move quite easily. I also think because wheel spin over having a 20-second penalty also doesn't really fight with them. Currently the fight is going on there. I want to see if I can look at the car number 69. Okay, so it was a 20-second time penalty and for a collision in lap 2. So that's why you have a 20-second penalty for the Honda driver. Meanwhile, here we see that the 500 will possibly lose a whole load of positions, and Filippiak just behind them. Well, behind them on this. Okay, they are effectively behind them. Nowicki is already behind Jaratana. Jaratana that was ahead, that was behind him. Now Jaratana is ahead of the 72. Is off. The 72 is off, I think. Yes, the 72 is definitely not on track. And here is what happened. You can see that the 728 gets attached by the McLaren behind him, and results in a spin. So we will probably see some. It was also back marker, I think. It was possibly car number 90. No, It was the 420, so 420 will need to keep an eye on themselves, because it's possibly going to result in a loss of position for any penalty being applied. Meanwhile, here there is Jenner making the place on the number 7. Number 7 obviously being on another category, because they had some problems of any kind, and now they have to make back the places that they have lost. I may suppose that, considering there has been a driver change, it may be a disconnection for the driver before them, and the game just recognized them as a way to give the next driver a chance to go on for the team, even if it has resulted in a... So the deck is off? No, okay. It was a yellow flag being displayed for no reason whatsoever. 127, Gina Lisi Sports Academy with Samuel Spoto in the car. I want to notice then that delivery isn't being shown, so it's possibly... I think Samin is... Oh wait, they are battling for position. It's a battle for position. I think some drivers are having some difficulties, because now Samin is back on track. What happened? No, he's not. Where is he? Because he is now back in pits. And now he's not. He's a magician. I think he's having some connection issues of any kind. Okay, I think there is some problems for them. Not on track, because you can see that he is going back in the pits and out of the pits, and it's quite a situation to look at. I'm getting entertained by this. I know that it's sad, but I can't just laugh about it, because the game doesn't recognize that he is on the car. So now he's getting... Let me guess, now he gets a magician. Ta-da! Back on track. Okay, we'll get back on them as soon as they are glitched out. Apparently they have some problems of any kind. The problem is that even my score table is a bit freaking out, because it can't really understand what is happening with a car that is going back and forth into the track. Car number 115 with Rizzo making an overtake on Rutter on the 5 BMW. So Virtual Driver Alliance is going for a move for P22. Currently, the people that still needs to pit are the 101 is actually on a different path compared to anyone else, and I think they are the only one. Then there is Zoffi still needs to pit, and 177 with Barnard on the wheel that still needs to pit. Same goes for Singh on the 53, and I think the 52 is on the same strategy. But I'm more concerned about the different strategy, being the only one on track actually, with a whole different strategy compared to anyone else. It's them on the car number 101. They are on a 40-minute stint and on definitely a track limit. And possibly they are they will be about getting a different path compared to anyone else. So them being in 6th position doesn't really reflect what their current strategy is. But however, I want to put into perspective that Zampieri, that took the spot over Daniele Riccitelli. We're starting first, and now they are on P3. Porco, the another Porco with the Virtual Racing team, starting in 5th. They are now in 1st position. And Apple starting 6th. Same places. 4 position made by them. Same goes for the car number 42, for the Liberty Sports, 4 places made on the grid. And the Noviki are, that's why the stint timer was odd in my opinion. They have 3 pit stops on the hand, compared to anyone else with 2. So they are effectively already on a different, completely different strategy. I suppose Noviki will, Noviki's team, so the Silver Racing team per Eurowash, have gone for a under timing on the initial phase, which is, in my opinion, is quite a clever thing to do in mid-zone, because in the beginning you can end up being behind someone slower than you. But obviously they know what they are doing. A bit of a loss of traction for Noviki, nothing to be too worried about. Personal best being made by the 500. The 500 finally on a bit of a safer waters, because they don't have to fight for a position every single second. Now they have some clean air, and also they have made their personal best team-wise, 55.2 for the Ferrari driver. 55.5 goals personal best for Dominic 2, triple stint for him. What else to say? Because there is a battle going on here with Ricard and Taylor. 55 against 5. I am Silver versus Pro, and there is effectively a position for 22nd overall. No position in class, but definitely a position for getting in front of anyone else. Oh, there is a car slow there. Is the 920? No. Who is there? I saw a yellow flag. Just can't understand who was there. Unfortunately, I don't think I will ever know. 20 Rotter still behind. We're trying a bit of a different line. Goes for a more aggressive one. It's very slow on entry, and very fast on exit. And you can see the strategy, even in the line, is bringing some fruits, maybe? Not really. Not really. Router for the Ella... Okay, I can't say it. I can't say it without making a mistake. Hela Gevers Ketchup. Gevers. I never did Deutsch in my classes. I didn't have it. I had Spanish. I am quite good in Spanish. I don't know anything about Deutsch. I should know it. I should start to learn it. Why am I looking at him? Well, the reason is simple. He made the fastest lap, personal best, 54.7, and not to put any pressure on Leonardo, but he was 1.3 seconds slower than the Renvelten esports. So it's not to break any pressure, but if one of your teammates is looking at the live, I will suggest that someone behind you is about to go places, and also Bakamaka may have had an influence about the lap times, obviously, but it's just 2.6. Meanwhile here, oh cool, made I will not say the joke, but Cool made the overtake on Mezzofi out of really nowhere, because Messin wasn't popping out until, well, now. Loeffler still in car number 46, still trying to make some overtakes in the Rising Panda Racing, considering the beginning of the race. The 46 is about to get involved in another overtake, possibly. Remember that their lap times are very, very fast. They are about just a second, not even a second slower than the top guys. So Loeffler will possibly make an inside move! Trying the inside as much as he can. Oh wait, there is a car out! There's a car on the 999, Van der Linde. Van der Linde is not facing the right way. We can see what happened exactly here. Goes into the left-hander. And the 444 has made contact with the back marker. And it's not going. Oh wait, Loeffler making a move. I think. Yep, Loeffler made the move on car number 660, and now the next target is going to be car number 48, 10 seconds ahead of him. But the car 444, I remember everyone that the car 444 is EP2. It's this right here. It's this guy right here. And considering the damage of the possible outcome of the incident, maybe another penalty, and if anything, even stronger than the 5 they had. Considering Zampieri is 27 seconds behind, it's not going to be a huge amount of a deal, but it's definitely going to be a problem. Anyway, Big is back in business after the first spin. Unfortunately, Nick Timmermans has made his personal best. I hope what I heard wasn't being heard on live stream. I don't know what happened because something exploded in my ears. It was hurtful. I really hope no one has heard it. Anyway, Timmermans here with a 55.4 and Big with a 55.9. 55.4 also being the fastest lap for their team, and it means that Timmermans may be able to get a position out of the McLaren in 9th position, car number 14. You can see also there is definitely some challenge going on here, because Grandin and Kozan are on a fight. Kozan with some difficulties keeping the car on track. He is shortly out of pits, and Jason Kozan is really not giving some much of difficulty drive for the Ferrari driver to make a pass, and it means that the 777 is actually in 33rd position. Half of my race control is basically green because Dionysius made the personal best, Medal has made the personal best, Kaczynski has made the personal best. Possibly some other will come by the end of the stint. Same goes for Melis in Honda number 1, personal best. And I think the car number 660 really wants to make the pass on the McLaren. Oh wait, there is the AOR in the middle. The AOR in the middle really doesn't help his cause, and in fact the 46 goes away by quite a chunk of meters. We have here Dubiel, 500. Still on a fight with the SPQR Racing team. And Timmermans, very close to the McLaren in front of him. Ooh, they are basically glued each other. They are very close to each other. Oh, there's a McLaren off there. I don't know which number is it. It doesn't show me. I can't really say for certain because I can't find the number. 100 and something. 114, I think it was. It was 114. It was Nilsson for the no. Oh, he was him. I know it was a McLaren. No, maybe it wasn't even a McLaren. I can find it. Anyway, back into the fights, because Dubiel here still wants to make the position on the Audi in front of him. So SPQR Racing team that had a good beginning of the race, now they are facing some difficulties out of them. The 203 has lost 2 positions on this from the start. Mancuso is actually started 7th, is on 5th position, but Carlino is still in 11th position. I thought they were starting 10th. Odd. Let me see. No, okay, the game is telling me something wrong because they were effectively starting in 10th position. The 201 was starting in 10th. So the 201 has actually gained 5 positions because they were starting 10th, and Carlino's lost 2 because they were starting 9th, 202 with a 203 just ahead of them, and the 3 were starting 3rd, so it's a 2 position up for them. And then there is Apple in the 444 that has gained from 5th position the 2nd overall. Then there is Zampieri that was in the first. Calb in the car number 42 were starting 7th, and now they are in 4th. 201, as I said, they were starting 10th. Novicki in the 101, they were in 2nd position, so it's a huge loss of position, but they are also on a triple. They made a first stop compared to anyone else. Spot in the 127, they were starting in 6th position, now they are on 7th. Papale in the 22 Aston Martin, they were in 18th position, and now they are in 8th, so it's 10 position up for them. Big in the 13, they were actually on 15th position, so it's 9 for them until now. And Timmermans completes your top 10, car number 112, they were starting in 14th. So a huge amount of position being made by the drivers in the top 10. I think for some reasons my view statistics doesn't work properly, so I can't really say for certain. But we have here a battle going on because Carlino has been, I think, overtaken while I was looking at everyone. Oh, Papale with a penalty. I will go look at it while I can. It was car number 22 receives a penalty for incident involving 22, 500, 920 on lap 23. So oh wait, there is a Ferrari going on there? Possibly? Oh no, okay, it was a back marker. And also a 10 second for the 127. Incident involving 127, 656 and 888 on lap 39. 888, I can't really remember as it stands because they are on. Oh no, 888. It's the Lexus here. Okay, I understand what we are talking about. And 656. 656 is not in the lobby anymore, apparently. No, can't find him. Anyway, there has been a huge incident, and car number 127 has been penalized for it. So it's a 10-second penalty for the JNLZ racing team. And I wonder if there are more incidents being applied. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. So this was a short overview of the world race. Now that is a bit of a calm situation. Well, calm situation in another planet, obviously. Because here we can see the BMW for the, I think it's about the 20,000th time that they are making the. They are trying the overtake, but it's time. I really think this is the opportunity because they had a really great run outside in the exit of the left-hander, and it's going to be the BMW inside and big on the outside. It's going to not put enough defensive for the BMW driver, and it means that it is effectively a position being done is still top 10. Well, actually it's let me see. while we are sticking with double, I think it is because Papal has a 15 seconds penalty, and it's definitely going to be a position. And single no. Oh wait, there is McLaren trying the outside. Not really sure how. The Honda, I can't. Yes, McLaren NSX. Exactly. McLaren Honda is back on business apparently. No, the Honda 14 is getting a bit frustrated by the Audi in front of him, and he tried a bit of a different line, not really getting along with it. We are in lap number 80. I hope the race until now has been pleasant, and it's still a long way around the clock. There is going to be still an hour and 20 with me before I take a bit of a break, because after 4 hours I'm about to lose every single thing is remaining in my body. Triple Free is about to make an overtake. He actually made the overtake, so Fazekas for the Triple Free AF course has made the overtake on the 25. Obviously this isn't for position in class, but it's more for position overall. Here there is a triple way fight. There is, oh wait, there is a 728 that has lost some seconds. We'll see what happened exactly. Here you can see that the 728 goes way more than a bit wide and loses both positions. So Nuttall and Lank currently on a fight. We can see the 189 that has been passed by the McLaren 420. So Nuttall currently in P28. Then we will see what's happening ahead, because the 42 is possibly the team of the day, because they are already onto Zampieri's back for a podium position. The team starting even outside top 5, and with the one of the worst in top 10 best lap. It's actually second only to Team Emmans. They're about to be in P3, so overall pace really makes the game. Oh, there is a touch! There is been a touch, and luckily without any further consequences over the slightly tap on the rear. We can see there is a triple way fight here for top 10, and not only top 10, possibly a P8. Ferrari trying the inside on big, more than trying, literally pushing him outside to make the inside clear. So it was more of a I take the inside more than I try the inside. But the 13 is still trying to defend as much as they can. Being on the outside is probably going to be Ferrari. This is bum draft, I think. This is going to be a bum draft situation. We'll see from the inside. They are lifting. So they really don't want to try the overtake. You can see the Audi in the screen there, with as many pop as possible from the exhaust. The pop. I wanted to say it. But Dubiel really has to defend against the SPQR Racing team, but also to attack Simon Big. Currently facing some difficulties on his race car. Also, you can see here some very good drivers all around the grid, and also from all around the world. If only I will be able to see the flags actually. But unfortunately, I can say that. Oh wait, Krebs. Drive-through for cars for exceeding track limits. So 661 is going to face a drive-through for track limits, unfortunately. But here there is a fight for P40 with Murphy and Daniel Krebs. one after the other. It's going to be a fight for position in the top 30 we are talking about. And considering there are 55 cars, that's actually quite a good result if you get it. McLaren on the inside, Honda on the outside, McLaren on the inside, McLaren on the inside makes the move and makes the pass without any particular difficulty. 666, drive through, same reason, track limits. Dubiel currently trying the overtake, and it's time for real. You can see there the Ferrari making the inside, and Big trying on the outside to defend. But you can't really defend on the outside. Simon Big is still trying as much as he can to stay in close proximity of the two, of the 500, with Carlino staying in close proximity of the two of them. Carlino for the SPQR Racing Team, and Dubiel for the Forza Italia, so it's basically an Italian sandwich for the Englishman. Oh, the Audi on the inside he goes! Oh, the Audi goes on the inside. Perfect, clean move for Carlino on the 202, but it's not over yet. The McLaren, still confusing. The McLaren is going to get the overtake maybe back. He doesn't want to give the position. 777 is off. We'll see what happens slightly after the overtake has been applied. The overtake has been applied, doesn't make any sense as a sentence. And the McLaren is then off. 777 with huge problems. I think he lost the car alone, and he got back on track, but he has lost the position on Van der Linde on this very particular position. Carlino's still close. Oh, Calb on the 42 is about to have his golden opportunity, because there is a whole bunch of back markers up there, and they are not going to be an easy client for both of them, considering that all of them are fighting for some positions altogether. BMW puts his race car in the middle of the two, so not really helpful for the 42, who now has to make the place on the BMW. 42 passes by, and Zampieri still has to run for his position with Carlino here, that is going to get the best possible placement on track for the next couple of corners. You can see that Big is very defensive, is a very defensive line, while Carlino can really play along his own lines. Bit of a wide line. Carlino making the best possible exit line, with Big being defensive. We see the hull for the Mugen Sim Sport still behind the Audi. Multiple battles still going on with 6:14 on the clock out of 9 hours. Still a long way to go, but nothing is over yet. Nothing is definitely over yet. You can see here the Liberty Sports in very close proximity to the Audi in front of him. Look a bit at the chat. Oh wait, Carlino is actually on the move on the McLaren, so Big really needs to defend as much as he can from the outside actually. Interesting situation that we have seen multiple times without having an effective I don't know how to say it. Oh no, I forgot English. By the way, Carlino makes then the spot for P11, and now he is on a charge for getting top 10 because Dubil just in front of him. There is Timmermans here. Timmermans currently just behind. Car number 28. Your driver is currently a bit behind the pack, but he is still on a very comfortable position considering they are in P14. There is an overtake here for Kelb. Kelb on the outside tries the outside on the Audi. Can't really perform at 100% because, well, it's outside, so it's a bit difficult. Currently, Kalb is very close indeed to Zampieri. We'll see from the wing because it's one of the best possible view to look at. There is also Papal and Timmermans fighting for a position, but Timmermans is basically already he has basically already did it because there is the penalty pending for Papale in the 22 Aston, so we'll stay behind right here. If anything, the Aston will probably try the overtake on the straight or in the very next couple of corners. I'm still surprised the 13 still has the fastest lap considering everything. And they are on P12, so it's a bit of an odd situation for the driver. Still on the straight, we're gonna see from. No, we stay right here. You can see the Aston gaining some meters. The Audi defending the inside. It's going to be the outside for the Aston. I wonder if we'll try the overtake on the outside, side by side between the two of them. The Aston really doesn't feel like it's over. And instead, I think he wants to try a bit of an odd move from the inside. But really can't. Timmermans instead, the two of them still have to approach the straight, and it's basically the same situation as before with Timmermans on the Dutch team, currently sticking behind the Aston Martin. Remember that the Aston Martin has more straight line speed than the BMW, but now there is a wall straight that they can play with. You can see on the inside they go. Timmermans goes on the inside, and the Aston makes the work easy for the BMW considering the penalty. The answer is yes. So Timmermans is now effectively in P8, with Papale being effectively in I don't know which position, possibly in 2, 4, 6. A lot of position behind. Because oddly enough, there is a wall train going from Timmermans actually to Erdmann for position. In fact, talking about Erdmann, there is a position being made on the inside from Erdmann to Kaczynski. 969 loses the position on the Bentley, and the 48 goes in P16. So the only Bentley on track actually making some places for the race anywhere SimSport. Meanwhile, here we can see Kalb. This time the Lippert Esports is really making the same move, but with some more speed on their hand. They use the wall track as much as possible. They stay on the outside. Marcel Julian Kalb making as much of his car as possible. But unfortunately, I think it's until the next lap. It's possibly an impasse for the two of them. So it will stay like this on a stall. But meanwhile, Kaczynski isn't really happy with the position. He wants to make the place back where it was. So it means that Kaczynski is now just tenths behind the Bentley. There are multiple battles going on, so I think we will stay with the closest one. So here is Madel trying on the 991 the overtake on the 28 Ferrari for the garage 991. Quite a good race they had. They made beautiful overtakes all the way in the race. I think they were starting quite behind the grid. No, they were actually starting in 13th, so they are mainly fighting for the same position they were on the start. There's a back mark in behind, so in the middle, so I don't think there is. Oh, 14 is off! The 14 is off! The Honda is off! We'll see what happened exactly, because you can see there is a fight between the Honda and the Audi. And there is a contact between the two of them, and the 14 goes off. The Audi goes on the outside, luckily, so no problem whatsoever. And Doring and Rizzo are now fighting for the same position as the Honda was, but without the Honda anymore. So the 660 is still on track without problems, and Rizzo just behind him. No problems for the two of them fighting, so the problems only goes for for the Honda driver. The simulation 969, they are still battling for a position in 16th. And I admit that only now have been able to reach the chat, because before there were just too many things going on, so I couldn't really look at the chat. But yeah, I remember everyone that if you want to talk about any topic of the race, I will. You can have a word with me without any problem whatsoever. And if you want an interview in the race, I'll be honest, I have Discord muted, so I can't really. I can't really know when you are on, so you will have to tell me on chat, on YouTube chat, if you want to get into an interview, because it will be quite a thing to do. So there is also this chance you can get into the box whenever you want, mainly to talk about your race, your strategy for some reason. Oh, there is Calb 42 still on the same move. So it's the same. I can basically make a video and oh wait, there is a 7 something going off. I don't know where. 728. We can see here that something happened. Oh, a bit of a spin and a Mercedes going off. I think it was Lank. Yes, it was Lank. No, I don't know which car was it. The 63. Yes, it was the 63, so I suppose a contact between the 63 and wait, there was a drive-through. Yes, I think Banerjee was had a drive-through. So for the Binvu Sim Racing team, there has been a drive-through for track limits, and I think the same goes for Aurora is actually making a pit by himself. Tafka still making a possible overtake, but there is Carlino on an overtake. There are too many overtakes going on in the same moment. We can see here that Carlino is on the outside. His cam is terrible for everything, and the Audi is still behind the Aston. Not really. On the inside it goes, and Papal is off. Papal is slightly off. We can see another overtake because Dionysus loses the spot on Madel. Madel on the inside with Dionysus on the less grippy part of the tarmac. Rizzo making the place of also on the other Audi. So Doring and Rizzo on an overtake. We can see here Rizzo making the overtake on the 115 for the Virtual Driver Alliance, and the Audi of Doring for the team ERL has actually lost the position. So all the overtakes had to happen in the same lap apparently. All the action in the same moment, yeah. I can't make voices anymore because I don't have the voice anymore. But we are here at Calb for the 10 laps maybe? 10 laps making the same exact move. So if I was on them, I would make a possible pit or undercut. But there's still a lot of minutes on their Steam timer. Novicki is very close to the point of no return. It is the only one, considering that they are 30 minutes ahead of everyone else on the Steam timer for a different pit strategy on the hand. I think we can stay on Calb for a bit. And that was a lap with Aston Martin in currently P4. Meanwhile, there has been a bit of a left and right down there for a position, because Eugene in the 7656 is actually making some places on Glaser. There to for Govindarajan, so the 88 is having massive difficulties compared to the start. And it's a time for them. The Honda maybe tries the inside, stays behind. Kulakov Eugene for the Beeswax stays behind. And I think there's, oh wait, there is overtake going here for Honda against BMW. Honda on the inside he goes, 14 goes onto the inside, and Double makes the place on Rutter. So the IM driver is actually in another position. So P21 for them. Kaczynski very close to the 48 race anywhere. Again, so this battle is going on since lap, basically lap 1. And I don't think it's going to get an overtake because there is an Aston Martin going there. I think it was the number 3. Yes, it was the number 3. Number 1 got a tier 2 driver in the car now. Consider that if you mean tier 2 in the sprint, tier 2 is basically tier 1 B. I'm in tier 3, and I'm honestly astonished by the strength of the team. There is the Ferrari 500 going past Timmermans. So Timmermans loses the position on Dubiel. The 500 makes the place on the BMW Dutch team and makes the place for themselves. Meanwhile here, Erdmann and Kaczynski side by side with the BMW making a place on the race anywhere. Closing the door in the 48 stays behind, and the BMW of Kaczynski says thank you very much, and the number 969 Simulation Esports goes side by side with the Bentley. Actually, it's a very close battle between the two of them. Oh, there's a bit of a contact. You can see there the Bentley trying as best as he can to make some place. 53 is off. We'll see what happens, because after Carl makes the place, maybe it is time makes it. They are very oh, there's a bit of contact between the two of them, and there is still the same applies here. Well, I go see what the 55 was on about, if I can find him. 55 of Taylor. You can see exactly what happened. Maybe too early. Yep, too early. Can you see it? Okay, show me a yellow flag that wasn't really happening. So sorry about that, but I'm really trying to choose a battle between the many that are happening, and this one here, because Big is actually being approached by Aston Martin. It is Aston Martin off. It's opposite way around. Sorry, it's Papale trying to defend his position against Big. Remember that he has also a 50 seconds penalty, and now I think the battle between the two of them is going to get heated. You can see there is the Aston there. See on the inside. And we can see from the interior of the BMW what's happening, because side by side there is nothing between the two of them, not even a sheet of paper. From the mirror there is the McLaren still trying to defend his racing line. BMW on the inside, McLaren on the outside. And the BMW makes the place on Big with a bit of an opportunistic move, but if it works, it works. Tier 2 is basically Tier 2 in the Sprint series that is going live on Tuesday, because Tier 1 is going live on Monday, and the entire Sprint series is divided by I think 10 or more splits. Oh, overtake here. You can see that Al Adred has lost the position on Mac, and 17 is now in 35th position. But the Sprint series is actually ongoing on Monday and Tuesday, and the split, the tier are actually your strength. Tier 1 to tier 10 categorize your strength, and I'm in tier 3, and some of these drivers are in tier 1 and 2, or 3 or 4, 5, 6, whatever. And the tier has higher level of performance. Meanwhile here you can see the battle, it's a 4-way around, because there is, we can see from the helicam, 1, 2, 3 for the McLaren on the inside he goes, and the Ferrari just behind them, looking at a nice battle going up ahead of them. So you can see from Dionysus, you can see the BMW trying not only an inside but also an outside move on everything that he can try to defend about. Yes, it's a oh, little maybe touch. Yes, it's a championship in AOR. Maybe there is still some places available for next race. I don't know if the sign-up are back open or they will open in the next round, because it's already Saturday. You can see that the Aston. Why did they say it in French? Oh, the McLaren 14 is going into the pits, and I wonder, Noviki, how much further he wants to go, because I think Noviki is actually glitched out, because Noviki is showing me a wrong setting. No problem. BMW here. Still trying to make a place onto the Aston. Place is already being achieved by penalties. But he probably wants it on track, even because Aston is slowing him down. Can't really choose a line because both of them wants to get the best out of their lines, whichever it is. You can see here Medal trying the inside. Yes, he goes on the inside. You can see that the Aston takes space and covers inside, but goes a bit out. On the outside is a great switchback move for Medal. Tobias Medal for the 991 makes the place back in P11 for the BMW team, and Papale stays behind. So now Papale has not only a 15-second penalty, but also has lost positions since the start of his stint. Meanwhile here, Zampieri actually has lost the position on Kalb, and I apologize for it, but for not showing it. But I think it has happened in the same moment that the overtakes were happening behind them. So the 203 is now the chaser, and not anymore the one being chased. So the SPQR Racing team now has only, well, it doesn't have anymore a team in the podium, considering they were starting on pole. It's a bit of a odd situation for the Italian team. Meanwhile here, Rutter loses the position on the Honda driver, but most importantly, okay, never mind. And McKinley makes the position on the BMW 999. There is a touch. Oh, the McLaren is off. McLaren is slightly off. Celtic Bromance team was really close to a race demolished, but there is still the battle going on here. Number 27 on the inside remains in front without problems. Meanwhile here, Dionis is side by side with Papale. Papale basically falling down the grid, and the position is being done quite easily by the Ferrari driver, considering the straight line speed advantage. Zampieri made a terrible mistake somewhere, because now he is some good chunk of second behind. We can see here what happened. No, we can't. Okay, it took it too much time to go into replay. But yeah, it has been made a mistake somewhere, because his lap time is close to terrible. 57.5 for the Italian driver. And this means that Kalb can take the run for himself and keep the position. The other SPQR Racing Team car, the 202, very close to the BMW in front of him. Penalty applied. The spot somehow remains in the same position as it was, so it means that 127 is going to stay on his position, because Dubiel is 17 seconds behind him. But we are more interested about this battle here, because the BMW keeps the line, gives some space, just some, not all of it, obviously, and the BMW stays in front. And now I think the pit phase is about to come back in as a as an important factor to look at. Big is currently in P24, but remember that pits have yet to be executed. So now the British driver is going to stay in 24th position, but I wonder which position will effectively be with Carlino. Diego Carlino still trying to make some spot for the Italian team. Considering that Timmermans is just not even 2 seconds behind Dubiel, this is effectively a battle for 8th position. And there is a fight here because Meltis made a position on Cool on the straights. So, position made for the Princess Robot Bubblegum number 1. Router currently in the 5 BMW. In the, I can't say the name because otherwise I say it's wrong. Chasing double in the Mugen Sim Sport Honda with some troubles along the way, I must add. And Zampieri really lost the shape after the overtake has been done because he is in 4th but almost 3 seconds already behind the Aston driver. Carlino here maybe trying something different from the usual. You can hear the BMW on the inside, freeway fast. Oh no, the Honda pushes the 202 out, and it's a disaster for the Italian team. It's a disaster for the 202, and Timmermans really, I think, will send an envelope of love and gratitude to the Honda driver. And Carlino also lost the spot on medal, so it is a bit of a disaster for them, and I think it's going to be a massive penalty for the Honda driver. Not really sure what they were on. And 96 is off. No, it's not off. I think it was the 69. No, I don't know which one was it, but the Loeffler is surely off. Oh, there's been a huge calamity here. We see the incident. We can see what happened. You can see the 46 going straight on onto the BMW. Oh, not really sure what happened to the BMW. Was it Rutter? Yes, it was Rutter. And the 114 is off too. What is happening? Everyone is dying left and right. We can see what happened here on Bjork. 114 goes a bit on the throttle too much and spins himself onto the blue turf. So it has been a bit of a calamity lap for the drivers. I didn't touch anything. 25-second penalty for spot. So as I was saying, they will stay in the same position. They will definitely not stay in the same position after the incident. 77 going to pit, same as Eugene. I'm not sure what happened. I want to check if I can. I will try more than anything. No, it's a little too late, unfortunately. There's been a huge incident up there for some reasons. Carlino makes back the place on medal, and we can see the replay. I know that I'm just letting you see the replay, but he made the inside move worthy and made the overtake on the BMW. So now Carlino is back on his spot after the spin. He has been sentenced to without any fault whatsoever, and huge disaster for the 46. Huge disaster for the 46. Not having their best day of their life, definitely. Fazekas in the 333 making the move on the 7028, which I think it was, yes, it was the incident involved the Honda. And the 13 is now trying the overtake on the Aston 170. The 14 into this 170, so Cool on the outside, possibly making some space for the faster driver. and Leonardo Porco for the Virtual Racing team is in the first of the pack in the pit lane. I'm going to see the penalty being applied for any reason whatsoever. Race control, let me see. Car 660 has been applied a penalty for contact with car 69 in lap 17, but the 127 has been applied a penalty for an incident with car 689 for an incident in lap number 46. 689 being the car number being in 41st position. Bjork with yellow flag are yet with some huge difficulties for the driver, but we were seeing the possible overtake here. I know we weren't seeing this, but we were seeing this one here. I just saw that it was a spark of a battle going possibly up there, but it's not the case. Triple freeze off. Triple freeze off. We'll see what happened exactly in the replay. You can see the Ferrari going on a bit too much of a charge and takes the time to make the car going straight somehow, and maintains the car in a safe position on track. 991, still in close proximity of the Audi driver in front of him. Cardino's definitely not happy with the current situation. Don't know what is happening. Okay, are you okay? My race control decided it was nice to make a mess. So I will not ask anything. Oh, 666 is off. 666 is currently off. You can see here exactly what happened. Oh, there's been a touch with the Honda. I think the Honda has been involved again in an incident. Damn. Certainly the Honda is not getting in a good shape in the current situation. Mary is 0.3 behind. Alessio Meli is in the Prince Robot Bubblegum. Just behind. Just staying in the victorious secret. I think the position will be done by the Honda, possibly. Zidane has some slipstream of advantage. I wanted to see on race control if I can make the time back on the contact between the 46. Yes, I can. How lucky am I? We'll see exactly here. No, I can't. Oh. I'm sad. I'm definitely sad. It doesn't let me. For some reasons it doesn't. What I was looking at. Live timing. So, Erdman currently just behind. Oh, okay, Peshman made a pit stop. I saw someone going behind the grid. I was already surprised by it. You can see here the car number 991 Medal is still trying to make a move onto the Audi of the SPQR Racing team. You can see Mancuso, the sister SPQR Racing Audi, trying the pit stop, but here there is the BMW trying the overtake on the inside. This battle has been up since second one in the race. and the Bentley is still in front, so Erdmann will stay in front of the current BMW driver. You can see here Big trying to attack Taylor. So Big actually has been overtaken by Taylor, if I'm quite on. No. Okay, no, I'm wrong. Big trying the overtake on Taylor. Big and Taylor are in two different categories because the first has already made a pit stop and the second didn't yet. 70 minutes is the steam timer for your drivers. And the medals still closer. Same goes for Papale. Papale is still with a pit penalty. Not really thing to look at. Spotter possibly losing some positions. You know the VRT guys? No, I don't know them. I never raced with them, to be honest. And I raced with some of them. So, some of the drivers in this grid, but not personally with the VRT. Meanwhile, you can see Zampieri in the pits on lap 104. And there is a yellow flag. Dubiel is off! Dubiel is off! You can see exactly why he's off. You see exactly even for the wheel, because he goes on the turn, goes a bit too much on the throttle and keeps the car on his on a normal line, but Taylor loses the position on Maris. So the number 1 Honda of Alessio Maris makes the position on Taylor. And possibly Taylor is going to lose the position even on... No, okay, never mind. I was looking... I thought the McLaren was involved in the battle. It really isn't. Because it's the car number. I don't know, because I can't see it. The 96 being in 41st position. With Cool just behind, maybe trying an overtake on the Audi of Fedele. Oh, Papali is off. No, okay, no. Every time the race control tell me there's a yellow flag there, it's just someone going to the pits. I just make a terrible situation. Cool has lost the position on Fedele's. Lost the position. He's behind Fedele. For some reason the game was telling me that there has been an overtake, not really the case. Time to look at some overtakes. You can see Carsten here making the overtake on Sherlock on the straight. And the Honda driver in the 729 makes the overtake on the... Oh wait, Radu is off! Radu is off completely! Oh no, disaster for the Dutch team! The Dutch team has been involved in the incident! Timmermans has been involved! We'll see the replay from an interior because this has been a calamity. You can see the Mercedes trying to... I don't know what, trying to go out of the track as soon as possible, but unfortunately he was in the middle of the track, and it means that Timmermans now has destroyed the car, and the 112 is effectively out of the games for a top 10. Calamity for the Dutch team. Oh, this wasn't really on plans, and the Mercedes is still off. The Mercedes is off again. You can see that it's awful for them. I really think the 63 will get involved in the stewards for a major incident. Oh no. Yeah, 112 trying the best he can to get back in the pits, but I really don't think they will like to talk about it in the next couple of years. They were really battling for a good position, and unfortunately this is kinda the end of the battle for them. I am as objective as possible. Possibly they are out of top 15 too, and even top 10 to 20 if anything. Luckily the pit stop phase is approaching, so not really the worst of things. It could have happened just after the pit stop, but it's definitely not something they wanted in the race. Calb in the pits, and number 7 being the only car still on an overtake situation on the McLaren. Remember that car number 7 was actually fighting for a P1 in the beginning of the race after some connection issues of some kind have been encountered by them, and therefore kind of destroyed the race. So even for them a bit of a redemption arc more than a race. Fidelibus in the last lap has just made his personal best, 54.7. Not the fastest lap of the session so far, so the 2 points are still in Big's end. The driver number 13. But Calby are still in the pits. You can see how bright it is. While Francesco Fidelibus is in a kind of odd situation because he's lapping one of the SVK Racing team car, and not the one he was fighting with, but certainly it means that he has. Oh wait, he still needs to make his pit stop, so it's not really a lapping situation, more of a situation where he still needs to make his pit stop. If I remember correctly. No, wait, no, never mind. I'm wrong. They have already made the pit stop. So effectively, I think we are in the pits. I think that it's a position. That's the thing. That was the race been. If you want to recap, I think the best way to say is let me see if I can find it. The 203 has had some difficulties in their stint, and they are now facing P4, starting from P1. The BMW of the Dutch team, who I can't find anymore. Really can't find anymore. No, this one here. No, this one here. I think they have retired from the race. Yes, unfortunately, the Dutch team has possibly retired from the race because no, okay, easy. They are here in 26th position. They were fighting for a top 10. I'm not sure why the game is still giving me they have damage. I'm sure they have repaired it. But unfortunately, they have encountered Mercedes in the middle way while they were fighting for a top 10. Number 7 was fighting for a lead position, and some connection issues have relegated them to P48, and same applies for, I really can't remember which one was also. Okay, 920. The 920, the 920 were fighting for a good upper position until they faced some electrical issue of some kind, and then even an incident afterwards. 96, they are currently off track. We'll see what happened. And you can see the 96 is just losing the car himself, and a bit of further cold tires, possibly. If I can see the stint they are on. Yes, it was possibly. No, it wasn't. They are already 15 minutes into the stint. And Mac is possibly one of the last on the pit for this stage of the race. He's in the number 8. Is the fastest Porsche I've ever seen, because they are in 15th position, but they are battling people in a straight line speed. They have made also the best overtake of the race, in my opinion, from the outside, 2 BMW being passed on the outside. Tough guy here for the URL racing team. Racing Team, it's been out because I'm used to say Racing Team. For the URL team, still making places from where they were. I'm falling for them. I really can't remember who was the other driver that had disconnection issues. Not sure why. Because I remember there was another one. Anyway, Fidelibus has understood that his race is basically... Oh wait, Wojcik is off? No, wait, I think he has disconnected. So I think it's a disconnection for the car 101. Instead it isn't. Oh, instead it is. Unfortunately, we have lost who was in third position. So it's disconnection for the podium driver. It's a calamity for him too. So now the amount of people that are battling for the lead are basically getting less and less, because the ones fighting for the lead are disappearing as the time passes by. If you remember at the beginning of the race, we had some BMW fighting and now we have lost basically all of them. I really just can't remember which one was fighting with one. But either way, seems like being in a BMW is a bit of a curse in this race. 444 after the penalty is 24 seconds behind. I think the penalty was... let me see. No, not yet. Okay. The 689 has had a penalty. The 53 too. But big here is in P7 after all that happened. 500 is in P6 quite unexpectedly also, I will have to add, because Dionis is no. I think we lost some cars in the middle of the way. Definitely something is not right after the pit stop, yeah. This car is still being bonked, even if it isn't. But the actual situation, the number 3 is quite comfortably in P1 with 23 seconds ahead of Pishman in the 444, with Haycorn in the 42, 35 seconds behind the Pishman, with Giuseppe Danna just behind him after a wall stint fight for the position. Was P4, now is P3 because the beam disconnected. Then Marano, SPK Racing Team in P5 with Darbowski in the 500 in P6. They were battling for P15 at a certain moment, so huge one for them. Simon Big for in the number 13. And then we have Antonio Fedele for the Algeno Z team, Esports Academy team. Diego Carlino for the SPQ Racing Team sister car. Dionis completes your top 10 in the 28 Cracked Racing Ferrari. With the chance in the 991 just behind him. Peter making the best lap time for the Hela Gurzo catch-up team with a 55.8. Still quite far from everyone else. But I'm quite surprised by Big because they were actually very low down the grid. And I can't really... There is something that I'm surely missing because there has been a car that has been disconnected more than before. I'm sure about it. It's not only the BMW. Yeah, I may have lost something. Apology for it. Just too many things going on at the same time. Giancarlo here, I think he's the one that is going to make his possible overtake in the next couple of seconds. No, not seconds, maybe minutes. 55.4 being signed by the 28 personal best for the 28 lineup, just behind them. You can see that there's been Szymanski making the move on the Audi. So Dori now has lost the position on the number one. The number one is really making some places since the beginning of the stint. Because they were battling for some very... they were battling way lower down the grid. Now they are on a charge. There is Golds battling for 14th position with the Porsche. But I think Carlino is going to make the place on the Audi. On the inside he goes. Really can't. That 102, I think he will stay behind. And the answer is possibly no. There is a touch. And there is more than a touch. And one of the Audi is off track, but he can make it on the line. Yes, Federer stays on track. But if you have Golds in the Porsche, I think the Porsche doesn't have any chance whatsoever considering being a Porsche. So there's not much else to say, and position has been done by Aston Martin, and Revolution Simulations makes it on 14th position. Carlino still trying as best as he can to make some places. Big actually is side by side with the Ferrari on the outside. Some contact maybe, no? And the McLaren gets in the middle of the way. I don't think Big will be very pleasant with it, but Dana has made the position on the 203. The 203 has made the position on the 42 side. We'll see the overtake from here. Aston driver has made Dana pass by, even because Dana is making astonishing lap times. 54.8 for the Italian driver. Carlino here, still in close proximity to the Audi in front of him, of Federer. And now there is a wall straight. Has to be covered. 127 can't make much for himself. Drive through for Warren in the Bentley. Oh, a bit of a shame for their position, because now they were really battling for some higher position, and now they have a drive-through penalty applied to them, and it's a disaster for the 48 Bentley, one of the most involved in the various overtakes of the afternoon. Beering losing the position on Smoggy, maybe, for the Character Racing Mercedes, and makes the position on P27. Very cool livery for them. And Beering loses the position on the Mercedes driver. Personal best being actually has been taken by Fidelibus, 44.7 for the Aston Martin driver, and Francesco Fidelibus makes the place for the number 3 Aston Martin, with Pichman 25 seconds behind, Dana 35 seconds behind, and Acorn trying to stay as much closer as possible, but can't really make it on a position. Dionysis is just signing best laps for his team as much as possible, because the 28 is now 7.5 seconds behind Federer, and Federer was 10 seconds ahead of the Ferrari. Altogether, same applies for the number 1. In fact, the number 1 is really making some places since the beginning of the stint. In fact, they were in 19th position? No, because here is showing me another car. Anyway. Let me see. No, okay, no, it's right. The P1 driver were starting in P19 and they are back in P18 after some initial incidents. In fact, they were 47 at a certain point. I think yeah, McConnell is the one with the most chances for an overtake. I think it's as the time passes, you can see how dirty the cars are, and this is something that I always love about endurance racing, seeing the as the time passes, the cars being kinda ruined. Oh wait, double drive-through for track limits 2 for the 14, and there is a near overtake here for the 920. Possibly on the inside it goes. On the 728. 728. Oh, there's been a touch between the two of them, but the 920 makes the position worthy and passes by. 689 as a penalty. I think I already covered it, but for be sure, I want to check again. 689 has been involved in a incident with car number 656 and 15-second penalty for the driver in the 689. Double making his drive-through, and I think Zamora in the 55 Aston Martin Victoria's Secret. Diego Zamora in 20th position, very close to Doring in the 660. With the team AOR Audi. Still astonished by the fact that the Aston Martin 42 has made the Audi pass basically, just to keep him in close proximity, 2 seconds between the two of them, although the Audi of Danna is slightly faster. Possibility I think about a long term, maybe even going for some fuel saving possibly. Everything is still possible. Ooh, the Aston Martin a bit out. I remember everyone that if you are a driver and you have driven and you want to say something in the commentary box, you are available to do so. The only thing I ask is to tell me on YouTube chat, because I can't know where you are in case. So if you want to pass by and say anything about your race, you are absolutely free to do so, and you will be interviewed by me for whatever reason. While we see McConnell here trying to overtake on the 170 Aston Martin with Holder on the wheel, James Holder in the character racing Aston, and McConnell in the other character racing. So it's actually a fight in intra-team that may be fought as a... No, possibly no. I don't think there are racing... I don't think there are team orders in this very case. Okay, no. I was looking a bit of mission contact. Zamora trying to overtake on the Audi in front of him. There is also Peter, so... No, Peter is in car 5, is still behind. You can see here side by side between the two of them. Side by side between the Audi and the Aston. The Aston really trying to make his pace worthy. The 55 on the inside, the Audi on the outside. Bit of track limits for the Audi driver, and it means that the Aston on the Victoria's Secret Aston is going to make the place. It is P19 for the 55 Aston. Good overtake. Basically, the whole overtake happens in the very same place for the whole race. Grinding losing the position on Tafka, so car number 7 getting some places back. It's a bit easy to understand who has been involved in some problems during the race, because they have a personal best of 54.8, which is not being seen until McConnell makes the place on the 170. In fact, McConnell has a 55.0 as a personal best. But we are not talking about personal best, we are talking about the race effectively. All the drivers basically made the same personal best overall. The only exception goes into not really one to Ducat. All the drivers are basically in the position they need to be, except for some little exception for some network issues of some kind or some incidents. I still feel bad for the 112, for example. For they didn't deserve the 23rd. But more about an upper position. Golds is the whole race trying to make as many places as possible, and every time they have been they've been hit with some penalty or some incidents, and now they are finally free, except there is a BMW in front of them. There would have been even a Bentley, but they have been awarded, to say it in a way. A drive through for track limit. I don't think each of them will get a drive through in the war race. Mention of honor for Van Bunke in the 52. The 52 Ram Racing have made their personal best with a 56.9, so they are maybe back into the business. Goals here. 22 is very close. We'll see from the interior, but we'll see from the wing of the wrong car. You can see how close it's getting by. Right, left, right. It's going to be right. It's inside for them, but you can see they are in the slipstream of the Aston in front of them. They are not giving up anything. In fact, it's going to be a position being made for the Aston-based team. Revolution Sim Racing is now in P12, just in front of Zayak in the 969. And it's a position for them. Clean overtake. And let me see. Maybe there is still some glimpse of another overtake going on. Passing by, I don't know. You can see how close he is. It's very, very quiet, the BMW, compared to the Aston Martin. Unfortunately, because the BMW will be the most popular car next year in GT World Challenge, because the VRT team is choosing, rightfully, because of some issues, to leave Audi. So now we will see this. I don't care if you're a BMW fan, I will say it. It's a boring sound. It's really a boring sound. That is way, way cooler. And unfortunately, VRT will leave Audi for BMW for the LMDH project. So now we will see a whole bunch of BMW in the middle of the track in GT World Challenge. But that's some life work. For Audi wanted to make another thing, because there is the Aston Martin maybe trying outside, because it's going to be the inside, but the car number 999 is going to take it outside anyway. It's a silver battle, this one. So effectively for position in class, and the 999 takes the position which was already there, but as for the GOTS Racing is going to go to get the first 6 position on Valzek, who has also a 15-second penalty in his next pit stop. Szymanski, car number 1, overtaking the 5. They are really flying now, because in the beginning of the race they had a multiple kind of problems. Now the 48 is off! The 48 is off! The race anywhere is off! And it's calamity for them. We'll see exactly what happened from inside of the car. You can see here they go on the corner and somehow they lose everything from the car. We can see the void. We can see here the Szymanski made the place on Peter. So it's 16th position for the Honda team lineup. More than the one that already they had, because now Warren has lost several seconds, so the Race Anywhere SimSport is going to face some difficulties, because the 55, currently P2 in the silver class, really wants any position they can get. Zamora already getting rid of Doring. They will now get in fight with the Aston in front of them. It's not over yet for Peter. Hans Peter, the 5, really wants to get back the place they've lost. They wonder if... no, possibly no. Smoggy, 58.8, and I'm quite interesting about it because everyone around them are actually on a very slow lap time. They are all lapping on a 56-57, and they are the only team lapping 55 but them, because Troche in the sim racing, DC sim racing, clearly isn't where they need to be, where it still needs to be. In fact, Troche is about to overtake Holder in the 170 Character Racing Aston Martin, and next overtake will be even for the 420, possibly in their yes, the BMW makes the place quite easily. I've lost the overtake of Zamora on the Bentley, unfortunately. Oh wait, there's the Mercedes going places there. Okay, no, it was a back marker. So Zamora made the place on Varen, and Varen really is having some difficulties of some kind for some reasons. Ferraris are not good. Tell it to Dionysis or Jasbowski. 6th position overall for the 500 for the Forza Italia, and Dionysis with Crack Racing in 10th position. So the Ferrari are really giving everything they can for their performance. So not really, I don't really agree with your statement, although it may also vary on drivers. Varen here. Not having the best of the weekends, considering he has already lost several positions. I'm curious to see if Doring can make the place effectively. Or we can jump on big, because the 13 lineup is about to make a place on Jarzbowski. But I think here the triple way fight is a bit more convenient. You can see the Audi, we will see on the interior. No, passenger. You can see the Bentley being a mountain compared to the Audi. Front engine car, very stable, although it's a bit slow, or not slow, but you can't really push it as much as the other cars. In fact, you can see the Bentley a lot more in lower level series because it's very easy to use. Same goes for the Lexus. Bentley and Lexus are possibly the best cars to start from because they are stable, they are fast, they are reliable, and they go. As the time passes, you understand that there are other cars better. Also BMW is a good starter, but maybe mid zone. In my opinion, you should start either with the Bentley or the Lexus, and then switch to BMW, Audi. No, the Audi no. BMW, Aston, McLaren, and if you're really capable, you go for Audi and Ferrari, Honda, Porsche. Porsche definitely is the last tier because it's so difficult to stay behind it, and you really need to be able on setup and being able on your wheel to get the best out of it, because otherwise the Porsche is a bit pretty not boring but surely difficult car. You can see here the Lexus of Pedro Vieira going against Sinolter's Honda. I can't know physically who is in what what's the race lap. There are a whole bunch of cars here. Possibly the Lexus is going to try, or maybe not. It really doesn't.
Which Lexus are you looking at?
Oh, hello.
I do.
Hello,
Which
hello.
one are you looking? Which one are you looking at?
Currently we are with Marano on the 201.
The 201.
The one you are seeing is the one that will probably get over me in the box. Obviously, this means that my stint is over. I hope that each one of you had a good race. Sorry, mate, if I didn't see the message. I have everything silenced.
It's alright. But yeah, so for everyone on the part 1 stream, we are going to be switching over to the part 2. Just going to pop a message in the chat for you guys as well. Stream's already been running for a few minutes, so should be fine to pop in there as well. Have you got the pit wall running, or is that someone else who's doing that for us today? I
don't know, I'm actually using the race control to see the... Okay, oh, there is an overtake here, Marano going over Acorn on the inside. Acorn inside trying to defend on Marano. Marano's still trying to make as best as he can on the 201.
Yeah, not the easiest overtake through that section. The best chance you're going to get is if they run wide coming into the long right-hander, and then it's just a case of following them through and then a race down to turn 1, which very tight, both of them. So BMW probably has a little bit more grunt than the Aston, but I don't think it's got the legs of the distance to do it. So yeah, I'm all set up. So.
Okay, let me...
everything's good to go.
Tune off mine. Stop streaming. You can go with you.
Yeah, it's definitely quite it's definitely quite interesting to see as the 201 loses it coming out of, I believe that is turn 4. So that will be quite a time loss as the 42 now runs off into the distance. I have seen a fair few friendly faces, familiar faces from last season. Big and Jazbowski, to name a couple. I have seen a couple more further down the field as well. How's the racing been? Has it been fun?
Yeah, it's been sorry. It's been quite alright as a race, as a whole. It's been quite interesting, especially because it has been not full of incidents or anything.